Alrighty, so, yeah, this game came out a couple days ago. I haven't been able to play it until just now because of packs and shit. We did play the demo, all of it, so we will be starting around Chapter 4, I believe. So, let's just get right to it. Let's load this shit up. And yes, let's refresh ourselves. This shit goes fast, so you gotta read to catch up.
その様子は18年前に起きた未解決の連続少女殺人事件、さらには都市伝説エミオと酷似していた。クゼ兄弟の件を1日かけて調査した君は翌朝いつも通りに事務所にやってきた。
Oh, this was actually a much shorter summary than the one for the last chapter. Well, that makes things a lot simpler. Alright, so if I remember correctly, the last chapter ended on something of an ambiguous note. What was it that? Because I remember the very last chapter ended on like a really weird note. Like, yeah, we had like pretty much a lot of the pieces to like a probable suspect, and then our guy was just like, I can't make heads or tails of this. I'm just gonna go to bed. Oh, Ayumi's not even here. Is she out investigating? Oh, that must be a call on my cell phone that I haven't been charging the entire game up until this point. Let's use that shit. Yes, hello. Moshi Moshi. Hey, Matto. Late night for you yesterday? It was, yeah, but I learned quite a bit. Oh, really? I'd love to hear all about it. That's great, because I can't wait to tell you all about it. Where are you? Oh, sorry, I'm actually... I'm actually supposed to meet with Mr. Fukuyama this afternoon.
福山先輩と。そうなんだ。
Mr. Fukuyama. Oh, right.
先輩、学校でいろいろと話を聞いてくれるって言ってたから。
He said that he talked to some more kids at the school, so...
何か有力な手がかりがあるのかも。期待しちゃうわね。
I'm hoping he's come up with something promising. Maybe a lead? I'm getting my hopes up.
うん、そうだね。
Yeah, I hear you.
あなたは今日どんな調査をするの？
What are you going to investigate today?
僕は図書館の資料室に行って18年前の事件を調べようと思ってるんだ。
I think I'll go to the library archives and look up how they covered those murders 18 years ago.
わかったわ。気をつけて行ってきてね。
Sounds good.
じゃあね。
Oh, she wasn't finished. Sounds good. Stay safe. Bye.
ありがとう。あゆみちゃんも気をつけてね。あ、福山先輩によろしく。
Ooh. Thanks, Ayumi. You stay safe too. Oh, and say hello to Mr. Fukuyama for...
切れちゃった。
Oh. She hung up. Maybe next time. Maybe next time, me. And actually, I wonder... Would they still have the doll from part 1 anywhere in this office?
誰もいないから寂しいな。
Doesn't look like it. I don't see any flickering on the answering machine, but...
留守電のメッセージは入っていない。
No voicemails. If I click this button, will it go back to the other view again?
誰もいないから寂しいな。
If I look over at the coffee and tea stuff...
誰もいないから寂しいな。
Okay, well, all right, never mind. I was hoping that maybe they'd say something like, oh, remember the time I got drugged here? Classic. Anyway. Let's get our asses off to the library. I'm off. I'd like to head in and start investigating as soon as possible, but...
18年も前の事件のことを調べるんだから、闇雲に調査していたら時間を無駄にしてしまう。
I probably ought to have a plan. The murders were 18 years ago, so I'm sure I'll have to do some digging. Hmm.
闇雲に調べても効率が悪いよな。
Doesn't make sense to dive in without a plan.
そうだ、先生に効率的な方法を教えてもらおう。
Yeah, that's right. I should check with Mr. Itsugi to see if he has any advice.
ほんと、携帯電話って便利だな。
Sure is nice to have this cell phone. I sure hope nothing bad happens to this cell phone. It'd be a bummer if my cell phone ran out of batteries. Let's have phone contacts, Mr. Itsugi. Oh, Mano, how can I help you?
これから図書館で18年前の事件を調べようと思っているんですが。
So, I'm about to go into the library to see what I can find out about the cases from 18 years ago.
何かいい調べ方や注目すべき部分があれば教えていただきたいなって。
But I thought I'd check with you first to see if you had any advice for researching or anything to avoid.
そうだな。
Let's see.
連続事件の場合、最初の事件に注目するべきだ。すべてはそこから始まったんだからね。
Well, look for serial girl murders, since that's what it was called. And pay close attention to the first case.
事件が起きた年全体の報じられ方もざっとでいいので見ておいた方がいいだろう。
You'll want to learn how the incident was reported and how the news was covered, or how the news covered the story that year.
それから資料を見てから自分なりに考えることも当然重要になる。
Then, once you've gone over the material, you'll want to review your notes to see what jumps out.
気になる部分や 引っかかることがあるときは重点的に調べることをお勧めするよ。
If something seems off, I'd recommend focusing in on that key point and investigating further.
18年前に起きたことの一つ一つがいずれはつながることだろう。
I think you'll find a lot of connections between the events of 18 years ago by the time you're done.
誠さんの失踪も無関係ではない。僕はそう考えているんだ。
I strongly believe that Makoto's disappearance is related to the murders. And
その延長線上に佐々木英介の事件の真相が見えてくるんじゃないかな。
I wouldn't be surprised that the information you uncover helps us get to the bottom of the Sasaki case as well.
なるほど。ありがとうございます、先生。
That makes sense. Thank you, sir.
今回の事件はきっとエミオという都市伝説のルーツに帰着するだろう。
I also have a strong suspicion that the urban legend of Emio, the smiling man, will play into it all.
そう信じて調査をしているんだ。
At least, that's my current assumption as I investigate.
事務所をほったらかしにして申し訳ないとは思っているよ。
In any case, I must apologize for leaving the office frequently unattended.
大丈夫です。こっちはあゆみちゃんと僕に任せてください。
It's no problem at all, sir. Ayumi and I can take care of things.
優秀な女子たちがいて頼もしい限りだ。頼んだよ。
Thank you. I'm fortunate to have such excellent assistants. I'm counting on you both.
わかりました。失礼します。
Thank you, sir. I'll be off now.
先生の声を聞くと力が湧いてくる。頑張るぞ。
Talking with Mr. Itsugi is always inspirational. I got a lot to live up to. Guess we'll just head inside.
よし、中に入ろう。
All right, let's go inside.
過去の事件について調べるなら、やっぱり新聞の縮刷版だ。
Let's see. I'm guessing newspaper archives will be the best source for information on older cases.
ひとまず18年前の新聞の縮刷版を1年分持ってきてはみたけど。
I have a year's worth of newspapers from 18 years ago to get started on.
重かった。
They're heavy.
などという泣き言は置いといて、早速調べてみよう。
Anyway, I'll stop whining for now and check them out. Look at the books. Ooh. I can look at them per volume. I guess let's start from the top.
18年前の1月と2月の分の縮刷版だ。
These are newspaper clippings from January and February of 18 years ago.
連続少女殺人事件、計3件のうち、
Let's
最
see.
初の事件はいつ起きたのだろうか。
One was the first serial murder.
事件の記事は、
The day on this article about the case is...
あった。2月に最初の事件が起きたようだ。
Ah, found it. Looks like the first murder was committed in February of that year.
17歳の橋爪彩香という少女が虐殺され、幸福市の浜辺で遺体で発見された。
A 17-year-old named Ayaka Hashizume was found on the beach at Kofuku City, strangled.
その少女の自宅は、遺体が発見された前日に火事で全焼。
Her house had burned down just the day before.
少女の父親と思われる遺体が見つかった。
Her house had burned down just the day before, and her father's body was found in the wreckage.
当初は親子の無理心中である可能性や、
Initial reports suggest that the father may have killed her, then killed himself.
何者かに親子ともども殺された可能性などがあるとして、警察は調査を進めていたようだ。
Later reports pointed to the possibility that a third party may have killed both father and child.
さらに、
Also,
その後、被害者である少女と親しかった人物が失踪していたことも書かれている。
the article mentions a missing person who was reported to be close to the girl.
ただ、少女の遺体の頭に紙袋がかぶせられていた件は一切報道されていない。
But there's nothing at all in these articles about police finding a paper bag on the head of the victim.
火事はなぜ起きたんだろう。 火事が起きたことに気づかなかったんだろうか。
What caused the fire, and why wasn't Ayaka's father able to escape?
そして被害者の少女と親しかった人物が姿を消した理由と。
And what about that missing person?
1件目の事件には不可解な点がいくつかあるな。
There are a lot of missing pieces in this first case, that's for sure. On to the next volume.
18年前の3月と4月の分の祝殺版だ。
There are newspaper clippings from March and April.
2月に起きた1件目の事件の続報がたまに載っているけど、紙面での扱いはさほど大きくないようだ。
Seems like there were occasional follow-up articles after the February crime, but not much coverage overall.
めぼしい新情報は特に出てこない。
There isn't any new information that can help me.
18年前の5月と6月の分の祝殺版だ。
These are newspaper clippings from May and June of 18 years ago.
2件目の事件が起きたのは最初の事件からおよそ3ヶ月後の5月。
Looks like the second murder took place in May, about 3 months after the first.
まずは2件目の事件の記事。これだ。
For now, let's dive into the details about the second case. Here we go.
被害者は高木幸子、15歳の少女。
The victim was a 15-year-old girl named Sachiko Takagi. Sachiko Takagi.
1件目と同じ幸福市で起きた少女虐殺事件であることから、
Because the second victim was also a young girl who was strangled in Kofuku City,
警察は早い段階から1件目の事件と同一犯による犯行の可能性もあると発表。
the police announced early on that both crimes may have been committed by the same person.
遺体の頭に紙袋がかぶせられていたことは新聞紙面には当然ながら載っていない。
Still, they never did mention the detail about the paper bag.
近所の人の証言によると、
According to a neighbor of the second victim,
被害者の少女は家庭環境に問題があったらしく、夜一人で泣いているところをしばしば目撃されていた。
the young girl in question came from a troubled home and was often seen crying alone at night.
連続殺人の可能性が高まったことで、紙面での扱いは大きくなっているようだ。
The possibility of a serial killer seems to have sparked more newspaper coverage at the time.
そして3件目の事件は6月に起きた。
And the third incident happened in June. If I look at it again.
3件目の事件が起きたのは6月。記事を。
Yeah, I don't see why they... Okay, whatever. The third incident occurred in June. Here's the article about it.
被害者は井上美香、17歳の少女。1件目、2件目と同じく10代の少女だ。
The third victim was Mika Inoue, a 17-year-old girl. Another teen girl just like the first two.
その日は友人関係のトラブルがあったらしく、泣きながら下校。
She reportedly had a falling out with friends that day and left her school in tears.
そのまま家に帰らなかったところを襲われた模様。
However, it seems she didn't go straight home. Instead, she must have been attacked.
3件目の被害者も幸福市在住で、殺害方法も1件目、2件目と同じで首を絞められている。
The third victim was also from Kofuku City and was strangled in the same way as the first two victims.
ここにも同一犯による犯行の可能性があると書かれているな。
The article does mention the possibility of all three cases being connected by a common killer.
紙袋のことはと。
Let's see what they say about the paper bag.
やはり触れられていないな。
Still no mention of it. On to the next one.
18年前の7月と8月の分の祝殺版だ。
See, July and August.
連続少女殺人事件に関する報道がかなり過熱している。連日のように大きく紙面を割いている。
It seems like the serial girl murders have garnered a lot of coverage. There were articles every day.
ただ、報道自体は多いけど、事件解決につながるような新情報が見当たらない。
Still, despite all the ink spilled, I'm not seeing many details that might help me actually solve the case. let's take one more look.
連続少女殺人事件に関する
Okay, yeah, nothing.
事件解決につながるような新情報は見当たらない。
There's a ton of coverage of the serial girl murders, but not much info that can help me now.
18年前の9月と10月の分の祝殺版だ。
September and October.
連続少女殺人事件を報じる記事はそれほど多くない。
Not many articles reporting on the serial girl murders.
この時には続報がなかったせいだろうか。
Maybe there was nothing new to report by that time.
18年前の11月と12月の分の祝殺版だ。
These are newspaper clippings from November and December of 18 years ago.
連続少女殺人事件を報じる記事はほとんど見当たらない。
I'm not seeing much coverage of the serial girl murders at this point.
あっても隅の方に少しだけか。
Just a few short mentions, typically in blurbs off to the side.
新情報が出ない以上、マスコミとしては報じようがなかったのかもしれない。
If there was no new information, there wouldn't have been much for the media to report on.
よし、1年分の祝殺版は一通り調べたぞ。
Okay, I've gone through a year's worth of newspaper clippings.
そういえば、
While I'm thinking about it,
誠さんの失踪に関する記事はあるんだろうか。
I wonder if there's an article on Makoto's disappearance.
誠さんが失踪したのは確か。
I believe Makoto disappeared in... Oh god, God, You dropped the knowledge check on me like right now, out of nowhere. I think it was July.
7月だ。もう一度7、8月の祝殺版を見てみよう。
July. Let's take another look at the clippings from July and August.
誠さんのことは
Is there anything on Makoto?
あった、これだ。記事の扱いはあまり大きくないな。
Here we go. Just a snippet of an article.
14歳少年失踪、ゆかりこ村。
14-year-old boy reported missing from Yukariko village.
村を挙げて夜通し捜索したが、現在も消息はつかめていない。
Everyone in the village searched through the night, but the boy remains missing.
当時から連続少女殺人事件との関連性はないと見られていたようだ。
Although the timing was curious, no one suggested a connection to the serial girl murders.
"先生も鎌田警部も誠さんの失踪は無関係とは思えないと言っていたけど。
That said, both Mr. Utsugi and Inspector Kamada seem to suspect there was a connection.
実際のところどうなんだろうな。
I've got to get to the bottom of this. Oh, that's right. You have to...
ここまでで分かったこととしては、
Here's what I've learned so far.
警察が連続少女殺人事件は同一犯による連続殺人の可能性が高いと公表していたということだ。
The police announced that the serial girl murders were most likely committed by a single killer.
非公開であるにもかかわらず、被害者は全員同様の紙袋をかぶって亡くなっていたんだから。
Although it was never mentioned, each of the victims was found with a paper bag on their head.
そう判断するのは当然だろう。
With that information, it seems obvious.
2件目の事件が起きて以降、1件目の事件が再度取り上げられたり、
Anyway, after the second murder, the first case came right back into the spotlight.
連続少女殺人事件についての記事の数が分かりやすく増えていたけど、
And while the media interest in the serial girl murders remained high for a while,
8月頃になると事件を報じた記事はめっきり減っている。 捜査の難航に加え、
It tapered off around August, probably because there were no new leads or information.
誠さんの失踪以来、新たな被害者が出ていないこともあるんだろう。
Also, no new victims, thankfully, if you don't count Makoto's disappearance.
その理由は、
Now, why is that? Think again, maybe?
一通り18年前の事件について読んでみたけど、気になるところをもう少し重点的に調べてみよう。
I read a lot about the murders from 18 years ago, but now I'll focus in on some key parts.
気になるのは、やはり1件目だ。先生も最初の事件に注目すべしと教えてくれたし。
I think the first case is critical to the investigation. Mr. Itsugi thinks so too, as he told me to focus on it. Let's take a look again.
思ったのは1件目の事件だ。3件の事件の中でも不可解な点が多い。
The first case did really catch my attention. It's the most curious of the three.
もう少し詳しく調べてみよう。
I should investigate it a bit more thoroughly.
最初の事件の被害者は橋爪彩香という17歳の少女だ。
The victim in the first case was Ayaka Hashizume, a 17-year-old girl.
2月16日の朝、人目につきにくい幸福市の海辺で発見された。
She was found the morning of February 16th in a secluded beach area of Kofuku City.
第一発見者は釣りに来た近所に住む男性。この男性にはアリバイがあり、事件とは無関係だった。
A local fisherman found the body. He had an airtight alibi and was immediately ruled out as a suspect.
彩香は素手で首を絞められて殺されていた。死亡推定時刻は前日の夜ということだ。
Forensics reported the cause of death as strangulation with bare hands. Time of death was the night before.
彩香は亡くなったその日、勤めていた町工場を辞めている。
It turns out that Ayaka had quit her job at a local factory the same day she died.
工場の社長の話では、事件の数日前に相談があり、特に揉めることなく円満に退職したという。
However, her supervisor at the factory reported that she left on good terms and had already given notice.
この事件で最も気になるのは、
All that said, I have a few major concerns with the facts of the case.
彩香と接点があり、重要参考人だと考えられていた2人の人物の顛末についてだ。
They relate to two key people involved who had connections to Ayaka.
重要参考人のうちの一人は、彩香の父親の橋爪学。
One of the key figures was Manabu Hashizume, Ayaka's father.
彩香は幸福市で父親と2人暮らしだった。
He and Ayaka lived together in Kofuku City.
その家は彩香が遺体で発見された前夜、火事によって全焼しており、
However, their house was destroyed in a fire the night before Ayaka was found dead.
焼け跡から彩香の父親とおぼしき男性の焼死体が発見されたのだという。
And a body was recovered in the ruins. It was believed to be Ayaka's father.
父親が娘の彩香に手をかけて海辺に遺棄した後、自宅に戻って焼身自殺したとも考えられたが、
Some speculated that the father could have killed Ayaka before returning home and killing himself.
状況的にやや不自然なところが見られるようだ。さらに
However, that theory didn't necessarily hold up to scrutiny. And what's more,
この数ヶ月後、第2、第3の事件が起きたことで話は変わってくる。
the second and third murders a few months later further complicate the situation.
彩香の事件と同時期に焼死した父親が第2、第3の事件を起こせるはずもないし、
Because even if Ayaka's father was guilty, he died in the fire. He couldn't have killed others.
何より公にはされなかった紙袋の存在が。
Last but not least, the information about the paper bag was never made public.
同一犯による連続殺人であることを暗に物語っている。
which strongly implies that all of the victims were killed by the same person.
そうなれば、もう一人の重要参考人は
Could it have been the other key person?
もう一人の重要参考人の名前はどうやら報道されていなかったようだ。
The other key person in this case never had their name reported by the media.
この人物は生前の彩香と一緒にいるところをたびたび目撃されていた若い男性で、
The person in question was a young man who was often seen with Ayaka before her death.
彩香が亡くなった日から行方がわからないという。
He hasn't been seen since she died.
自身の部屋におびただしい量の血痕を残して姿を消したということから、
And when his apartment was searched, the police found a disturbing amount of blood.
何らかの形で橋爪彩香の事件に関わっていると見た警察が行方を探したようだが、
Obviously, the police strongly suspected him and went to great lengths to track him down.
結局この人物が見つかったという報道は一切なかった。
But he was never found.
鎌田警部が話してくれたのはこの行方不明の男のことだろう。
And this must have been the same person that Inspector Kamada was talking about. Let's see, it was the missing man? Was it? Yep. One is dead and the other is missing. Let's see.
しかし、彩香殺害と自宅の火事が全く無関係だということも十分にあり得る。
It's entirely possible that Ayaka's murder and the home fire were unrelated.
そして、同じような年頃の少女を狙った連続殺人事件という特徴から見た場合、
Especially considering that all the victims were young girls of about the same age.
異常者による無差別事件の可能性もあるだろう。奇妙な紙袋を使った手口からもそのイメージが強い。
The house fire falls outside that category, and the persistence of the paper bag points to a serial killer.
警察もそう考えたんじゃないだろうか。しかし、そんな風に書かれた新聞記事は見当たらない。
I wonder if the police had the same idea. I can't find any articles speculating along those lines, however.
よし、ここまでに分かった情報を整理してみよう。
Okay, let's review the information I've gathered so far. Ooh, the review button outside of the office. Now this is my thinking face. Okay, here's the knowledge check. The first murder was 18 years ago, and the first victim was a girl named... Ayaka Hashizume. Yes?
18年前に起きた最初の事件、その被害者は橋爪彩香という少女だった。
The first murder was 18 years ago, and the first victim was a girl named Ayaka Hashizume.
当時、最初の事件に関連があると見られた人物が2人いた。
At the time of the first case, there were two persons of interest. The first one was her dad, Manabu Hashizume.
まず1人目は彩香の父親である橋爪学だ。
The first one was Manabu Hashizume, Ayaka's father. The second one was the missing man.
2人目は行方不明の男だ。
The second one was a man who was presumed missing.
事件の当初、彩香の父親による無理心中ではないかと考えられていた。
At the beginning, some speculated that Ayaka's father was the killer in a murder-suicide situation. The day before Ayaka's body was found, the father died in a... Oh, we're actually doing the fill-in-the-blanks things with the typing. I didn't think they were going to do that again. Died in a fire.
そうだ。父親は自宅の火事によって焼死体として発見された。
Yes, that's right. The father was presumably killed by the fire that burned down his house.
一方、行方不明の男については、
Meanwhile, regarding the missing man,
事件に巻き込まれたのか、あるいはその男による犯行だったのか。
was he another victim, or could he have been the killer? Hey, Joe. Yeah, I actually was wondering the same thing, but right now, at least for my first playthrough, I want to play it straight before I start typing in, like, random stuff. But at the same time, I figure that before too long, there'll probably be a YouTube video of someone who's done all the work to find that sort of stuff. Because
どちらの可能性も考えられていたようだ。
it seems as though the police considered both possibilities. But yeah, because I don't want to mess around too much on my first playthrough, because I'm trying to consider the possibility that there might be like a gauge of personality at the end, kind of like how the second one had, where it had like how close you got to Ayumi depending on your actions. So I don't want to screw around too much.
男は彩香が殺された日に消息不明になっており、
He disappeared the same day that Ayaka was killed. There's a disturbing amount of blank found in his home. I see now this is definitely a prompt where we could go a little off the rails, but again, we're gonna keep it serious. We could put any number of fluids here.
彼の自宅にはおびただしい量の血痕が残されていた。
Yes, his home was drenched in a massive amount of blood.
鎌田警部によれば、かなりの怪我を負っていたかもしれないという話だったから。
Ah, damn. Inspector Kamada said that it would have taken devastating injuries to produce that much blood.
人知れず亡くなった可能性も考えられる。
So it's possible that he simply died.
よし、今日はなんだか調子がいいぞ。
All right, I think I made good progress today.
過去の記事を調べた限りでは、分かったのはこれぐらいかな。
I think that's about all that I can determine from my research so far.
先生にコツを教わったことで効率よく調べられた気がするぞ。
I'm glad I talked to Mr. Itsugi first. His advice helped me find the right path.
しかし、
But
結局、連続少女殺人事件は未解決のまま終わった。
ultimately, the serial murders remain unsolved.
決定的な証拠を見つけられなかったことになる。
Ultimately, the serial murders remain unsolved. The police never found any conclusive evidence.
もしかすると、当時捜査線上には浮上してこなかった真犯人が
Is there still a
可能性が。
is there still a suspect out there that was never identified in the previous investigations? I don't have the opportunity to leave yet, so let's give this a little think. Oh, you're super right. Let me go ahead and just fix that real quick. There we go. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that at all.
そういえば、2件目と3件目の犠牲者の少女たちには、
Now that I think more about the second and third victims,
どちらも泣いている姿を目撃されているという共通点があったようだ。
there was a common factor I hadn't considered. They were both seen crying before they were killed. Yeah, whereas the first victim was apparently in good spirits, left her job in good terms. So something doesn't add up here.
泣いている少女。
A girl crying.
ぶって泣いている女の子の前に現れ、
In the urban legend about the smiling man, he always appears in a paper bag in front of a crying girl.
最初の犠牲者である橋爪彩香も
I wonder if the first
少女だったんだろうか。
I wonder if the first victim, Ayaka Hashizume, was also crying before she was killed.
父親による無理心中が疑われていたとなれば、
If there was cause to suspect her father killed her,
彼女の家庭には何か問題があったということなのかもしれない。
maybe there was some deep trouble at home.
も
Hmm.
うこんな時間だ。お腹空いちゃったな。何か食べにでも行こう。
Oh, it's getting late and I haven't eaten. I should take care of myself. This is probably the Ayumi part.
先輩、早速連絡していただいてありがとうございます。
Thanks for reaching out again so quickly.
水臭いことを言うなよ、立花。俺は後輩のために当然のことをしているまでだ。
Of course, Tachibana. We're not strangers, right? I'm always here to help.
ありがとうございます。いい先輩で、私嬉しいです。
Well, I really appreciate it. It's great to have a senpai like you.
そうか。そうなんだな。立花。
Oh, I do what I can.
先輩で俺もよかったよ。
Oh, I do what I can. I'd sure like to think of myself as a good senpai. Mm-hmm.
それに俺だって佐々木の事件の真相を知りたいんだ。だから立花に協力したい。
As you know, I'm deeply troubled by Eisuke's murder. That's why I'm so eager to help you.
立花の先輩として、いや、それ以前に一人の人間として。
If that allows me to guide you, just like back then, so be it. But I'm just one man, trying to help.
先輩、ご協力に感謝します。
Well, thank you for your cooperation, Fukuyama. Alright, let's start asking some questions.
早速ですが先輩、何か分かったことがあったんですよね。
I want to be respectful of your time, so let's get right to it. Do you have some new info?
こうして無理をしてまで時間を割いていただけたってことは、
I'm guessing that you do, since you're taking time out of your busy schedule.
ああ、もちろんだ、立花。君も忙しいはずだから、手短に話そう。
Ah, yes, well, I know you're busy too, so I'll make it quick.
いいか、立花。中学生というのは多感な年頃。いわゆる思春期って時期だ。
So the thing you gotta remember is, these are junior high kids. It's a sensitive time.
か弱く、そして脆い。そんな彼らは間違いなく。
They're still growing, which means they're not as strong as adults.
今回の事件で、俺たち大人には理解できない形で、大きなショックを受けているだろう。
This whole incident is a shock to their system in ways we can't even fathom.
わかるな、立花。
You know what I'm saying, right, Tachibana?
はい。
Yeah, I think so.
一見して彼らは普通な様子だ。しかし生徒たちの心は。
It's like the kids seem normal at first glance, but in their hearts,
深く傷つき、叫び声を上げていることだろう。
I know they're
俺にはそれが聞こえるんだ。
I know they're carrying a deep hurt. It's almost like I can hear their souls screaming out. Oh. Can I take the tea? Oh, I could try taking his tea. First, I'm gonna take mine.
先輩の話を聞かなくちゃ。
Oh, but the tea's gonna get cold.
生徒たちの様子は様々だ。中には俺の授業中にイライラした素振りを見せる子や。
It feels like the students are all over the place. Some act out in my classes, and others,
俺の上げ足を取って笑ったりする子もいるんだよ。
well, others have been laughing at me as if they don't take me seriously.
きっと不安の裏返しなんだろう。
But I'm sure it's just the stress of this whole thing that's affecting them. Poor kids.
俺はそんな生徒たちが愛しくてたまらないんだよ、立花。
I just feel terrible for them all. My heart breaks every time I think about it.
はあ、
I see.
立花。だから俺、
So, Tachibana,
まだ早い。俺はそう思ったんだ。今彼らに事件のことを尋ねるのは無謀すぎるって。
that's why I can't ask any of them about the case just yet. It's too soon.
ということは、生徒たちから話は聞けていないってことですよね。
Wait, you don't have any new information from the students after all? So you just wanted to get some tea?
ああ、その通りだ、立花。さすがは探偵だな。
That's right. Sheesh, no wonder you're a detective, Tachibana. Ugh.
へえ、じゃあ何の話をしてくれるんだろう。
So what am I here to talk about? That's what I want to know. Yeah, no kidding.
立花。ミルクティーが冷めちゃうぞ。
And that's what I'm saying.
しようじゃないか。
Tachibana, your milk tea is getting cold. Please, go ahead and enjoy it. We can just relax for a moment.
うん、
Unless he fucking spiked it, because he's the guy who did it. What if I drink yours first for safety?
いただきます。
All right, I'll have some.
どうだ立花、うまいだろ、ここのミルクティーは。
Okay, this guy's laying it on a bit thick. What do you think, Tachibana? It's good, right? Isn't this milk tea the best?
はい、美味しいですね。
Oh, yes, it's actually delicious.
ここのティラミスもおすすめだぞ、立花。お得なセットメニューがあるし、頼んでみるか。
If you like the milk tea, you'll love the tiramisu. What do you think? Want to order a taste? Man, it's been so long since I've had tiramisu. I could really go for some.
そうなんですね。でも、今日はやめておきます。
I've been making an overnight, like tiramisu flavored overnight oats for like back when I was doing my workout regimen, and that's pretty good, but it's not even close to the same thing. And I still have to keep making some more. I got a ton of fucking vanilla protein powder to get through, even though I haven't been working out for like months at this point. Maybe not today.
そうか。じゃあ次にしよ
Okay, next time. What does happen if I try to take his?
う。どうした立花。
What's up, Tachibana? Ah, they won't let me.
美味しいけど、普通のミルクティーとどこが違うのかしら。
It's pretty good, but I don't know if it's better than any other milk tea I've had.
よく聞いてくれ、立花。
Listen, Tachibana.
教育現場というのはある種の戦場だ。つまり俺は教師という名の戦士だ。
Junior high is like a battlefield, and as a teacher, I'm like some kind of majestic knowledge warrior.
はあ、
Uh-huh.
疲れ、傷ついた俺にひとときの安らぎをくれるのがここのミルクティーなんだ。
I turn to this milk tea in times of stress and fatigue, and it gives me peace of mind.
給料日にはティラミスも注文する。俺にとってオアシスのような場所なんだ、この店は。
Or if it's payday, I'll go all out and order tiramisu. This place is my oasis.
素敵ですね。そういうお店があるのって。
Must be nice. Although honestly, judging from the outside, it looked pretty much just like a chain coffee shop, like a Starbucks, or I guess in Japan they have a Dator coffee.
まあな。
Sure is. Okay, good talk.
話が聞けるのかしら。
Well, so far it's been jack shit, but I guess we'll keep pressing.
生徒たちから話を聞くことは叶わなかったが、
I wasn't able to talk to any of the students. Well, it sounds to me like you didn't even bother asking in the first place.
その代わりと言ってはなんだが、先生方からは佐々木のことを聞けたよ。
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. But I did hear some more about Eisuke from other teachers.
そうなんですか。どんな話なんでしょうか。
Oh? What did you hear?
わかった。お互い忙しい身だからな。時間を大切にしよう。
Oh my fucking god, dude. Whoa, I'll get to it. We're both busy people, so we should just try to relax a little while we can. Yeah, dude, I'm trying to solve a murder. A serial murder case. Fucking, I got a job to do. I'm not here for your little fucking date, bro. I guess I'll drink more of your goddamn tea.
先輩の話を聞いてからにしましょう。
Well, apparently he... Ugh.
どんな話が。
Okay, I guess I'll ask again.
うまい。
Hey, what's up, Tsukimi? So good. Okay, now will he tell us anything?
佐々木英介という生徒は
Okay, here's what I've learned about Eisuke.
友達が多くて、そこも問題なし。成績も良くて、先生方の評判も上々だ。
He had a lot of good friends, he got good grades, and he had a great reputation among teachers.
だから、トラブルなんかとは無縁の生徒だったらしい。
He was never in trouble. Really a model student.
私が生徒たちから聞いたそのまんまですね。
Yeah, that's the same thing all the students have told me. Okay, hopefully you got more than that.
誰かと揉めていたとか、誰かから恨まれていたという話は全く聞こえてこない。
I never heard about him having a conflict with anyone. No one held a grudge against him.
そりゃ、学校だって生徒のプライベートのすべてまでは把握しているわけじゃないが。
Sorry, I bumped the mic there for a bit. Not that us teachers know everything about our students' personal lives, but
佐々木に限って言えば、それは考えにくい。というのが、ほとんどの先生方のご意見だ。
I think most teachers would agree that Eisuke was well liked. Okay, so far, this is pretty much everything we already knew.
模範的な生徒だったんだよ、佐々木は。
Eisuke was an exemplary student. All right, hopefully you got more observations for me.
ただ、一つ気になる話が聞けたんだ。
I suppose I did hear one story that caught my attention. Do tell.
佐々木の担任の教師から聞いたことが、ちょっと気になってるんだよ。
Eisuke's homeroom teacher mentioned something that piqued my curiosity. Fucking get to the point, dude.
佐々木の担任の教師から聞いたことが、ちょっと気になってるんだよ。
So fucking tell me, bro.
先輩から話を聞かない。
佐々木のクラスの担任の先生がおっしゃってたことなんだが、
Here's what Eisuke's homeroom teacher said.
佐々木はここ最近、成績が芳しくなかったようなんだ。
Apparently, Eisuke's grades hadn't been as good as usual lately.
成績ですか。
Oh, I thought his grades were impeccable.
幸福市の私立高校を志望していたんだが、厳しい状態だったようなんだよ。
Well, he was applying to a selective private high school. You need top marks, and he wasn't there. Okay.
今のままなら志望校を変更することも考えた方がいいと担任の先生はおっしゃったそうだが、
Eisuke's homeroom teacher said that he should consider other schools if his grades don't improve.
当の本人はケロッとしてたそうだ。 気にしている風には見えなかったらしい。
But Eisuke didn't seem concerned at all.
え、そうなんですか？進路のことなのに不思議ですね。
Really? A good student who suddenly doesn't care about getting into a good school? That's interesting.
中学生の考えていることを理解するのは本当に難しい。
Yeah, well, junior high kids can be a bit unpredictable, can't they? What was with that What was with that bit of a pregnant pause there, buddy?
だが俺たち教師はそこから逃げちゃダメなんだ。立花。
That's one of the that's one of the challenges we face as teachers, of course.
大変なんでしょうね。中学の先生って。
It must be tough to do what you do.
あ、だが教師こそが俺の天職だと思ってるんだ。
Oh, it is, it is. But teaching is my calling. I will say the localized dialogue does make him come off as a bit more, like, pompous than I think the pure Japanese text does, but I think overall he still kind of has that attitude. I don't know. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, Mr. Dark? Yeah, because like I said, I was at PAX all weekend, so I haven't had time to touch this game ever since the last part of the demo. So yeah, I'm just getting right back into it right now. All I know is that it gets pretty heavy later on, so I'm bracing myself for it already. Like, I guess it didn't get so much heavy at the end of the last chapter as much as it got kind of like sad and relatable. But yeah. Okay.
教師。それは時に聖職者とも呼ばれる。
Okay, yeah, that's pretty pompous. Teachers are not unlike priests, one might say.
そう。あれは俺が中学3年生の頃だった。その時の恩師が俺に。
Yes, when I was in my third year of middle school, one teacher said,
あー、また何か別の話が始まりそう。
poor Ayumi. Oh, she's fucking stuck there. Is he changing the subject?
あの先輩、佐々木くんについて成績以外の話は何かあったんでしょうか？
Excuse me, but do you have any other info about Eisuke other than his grades?
そうだな。いや、これくらいだな。
Let me think. No, that about covers it. Okay, great. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
事件に結びつくような話は聞けなかったよ。すまない。立花。
Well, I'm glad, I mean, I guess email wasn't invented yet, but, this could have been a phone call. Yeah, overall, I'd say that so far the localization isn't really egregious. Like, they do make a couple flourishes here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty on the level. But yeah, there are some parts, like, I noticed particularly early on where I was like, that's not what they said. But I think for the most part, it's pretty pretty consistent, pretty on the level. But yeah, let's get out of here. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore.
先輩、ありがとうございました。
It's okay. Thank you. But maybe first I'll finish my tea.
先輩の話を聞いてからにしましょう。
Oh, we still have more things to listen to him say. Okay.
成績が下がって誰かから恨まれるなんてことはないだろう。
I can't imagine his lower grades would have caused anyone to want to kill him.
自殺というなら話は別だが、そういうことではなさそうなんだろう。
Unless he killed himself, but that's not what the police are saying happened, right?
はい。状況から見て、他殺であるとしか言いようがないですね。
That's right. I can't share many details, but I can confirm that we are investigating a murder.
いや、自殺だろうが他殺だろうが、佐々木は二度と戻っては来ない。
Well, whatever happened, poor Ace Gay is gone forever.
これが現実なんだよな。受け入れるほかないんだな。
And that's the hand we've been dealt. There's nothing we can do but accept it and move forward.
先輩。
Fukuyama. Well, he does seem, I guess, a little tore up about it.
立花、
So, Tachibana.
はい。
Yes?
調査の方はどうなんだ。
How's the investigation going overall?
君も知っての通り、俺は佐々木の事件に大いに心を痛めている。
As you know, Eisuke's murder has shaken me to my core. The more I say that, the more I hope you believe me.
何か進展があったなら、差し支えのない範囲で話を聞かせてほしいんだよ。
So I'm desperate to hear if you've made any progress. Please, can you share any details with me?
それは無理なことなのかな、立花。
That's not too much to ask, is it, Tachibana?
実は調査はほとんど進んでいません。佐々木英介君という男の子は
Well, I'm afraid I don't have good news. We haven't made much progress. The thing about Eisuke...
先輩もおっしゃる通り悪い評判は全くありません。家庭環境にも何の問題もないようです。
He's just a normal kid, like you said before. He didn't have any obvious problems or drama.
ただ
And yet...
事件当日帰宅した佐々木くんの様子が明らかにおかしかったようなんです。
It's just that on the same day he was killed, he was supposedly acting strangely.
事件の当日。
Oh? Is that right?
何があったのかはご家族にもわからないままだそうです。
Yeah, of course, his family's still in shock. They have no idea what might have been going on. Hmm.
先輩？
ああ、すまない。ちょっと考え事をしてしまっていたんだ。
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just lost in thought. Oh?
話してくれてありがとう、立花。
Thank you for sharing, Tachibana.
俺にできることなら何でもするよ。さあ、話の続きをしようじゃないか。
I'll do whatever I can to help. Let's keep talking, shall we?
何が聞きたいのかな、立花は。
What are you thinking about, Tachibana? I guess that's as clear a prompt as any.
福山先輩って不器用だけど生徒のことを思う気持ちは本物なのね。
Fukuyama is a bit awkward, but I do think his feelings for his students are genuine.
先輩のできる範囲で頑張ってくれたみたいだし、佐々木くんの情報はこれくらいかな。
It seems like he's doing the best he can, and he shared everything he knows about Eisuke.
そういえば福山先輩のクラスの生徒で佐々木くんと親しかったっていう。
Still, there was another student who was good friends with Eisuke in Fukuyama's class.
森本めぐみさんって子登校できてるのかしら。事件以来休んでるってことだったけど。
I'm thinking of Megumi Morimoto. I wonder if she's back at school. She was absent following the murder. Okay, it's been a hot minute. I have to remind myself who Megumi is. Third year serves as the class representative. Oh, right, yeah, the, okay. I remember now. Koi Takaguchi with some good terms with Eisuke, but there were rumors the two of them fought over Megumi. Koi's a classmate of Megumi's with the same homeroom teacher.
先輩、森本めぐみさんのことなんですけど。
Fukuyama, about Megumi Morimoto. Uh-oh. What was that reaction? What was that all about?
森本めぐみに関する質問をしているわけだな、立花は。
What do you want to know about Megumi? I don't know anything about I don't know anything Tachibana. Yeah.
はい、そうですけど、
Okay, but
事件以来休んでるってことだったので、大丈夫なのかなって気になって。
I'm just wondering if she's okay. You know, because she's been absent since the murder.
彼女は森本めぐみはあれ以来休んだままなのだ。
Well, like you said, Megumi has been absent, so I wouldn't know.
そうなんですか。それは心配ですね。
I see. That's worrisome, isn't it?
ああ、とても心配だよ。
Oh, yes, I'm very worried. Okay, there is absolutely nothing suspicious about that whatsoever, so I guess let's just keep on going. But what if we poked a little more?
佐々木の話はもういいのか。
Is that all we have to say about Eisuke?
だってもうないってさっきおっしゃったじゃないですか。
Well, you said earlier that there's nothing more to share.
森本は俺のクラスの学級委員なんだよ。で、この前も言ったかな。
Did you know that Megumi is my class representative? I can't remember if I told you that.
はい、お聞きしました。
I swear to God, if he's fooling around with his students, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. What? Yeah, this is why I can't take such long breaks.
学級委員が休んだままだと何かと困るでしょうね。
It must be challenging. Oh wait, that's right. Yeah, I think I made a similar comment the last time. Yeah, now it's coming back to me. It must be challenging for you to not have her there since she's the class representative and all.
ああ、困ってる。
Yes, it's been extremely stressful.
困ってるよ。
そんなに困るんだ。
Extremely stressful. Huh.
佐々木のことが告げられた朝礼があった日も登校していなかった森本は。
The day that they announced Eisuke's death to students, Megumi was not there.
今日になっても全く登校してこないんだ。
And she hasn't been back since.
佐々木と仲が良かったってことだからかなりのショックだったに違いない。心配だ。
She was close with Eisuke, so it must have been a terrible shock. I'm worried about her. Let's have a little think.
めぐみさん、事件発覚の当日からずっと休んでるんだ。
Megumi's continued absence
それは心配だわ。
is worrying.
ん？
Hmm.
昨日の朝礼で聞きました。びっくりしました。
Yeah, they told us at yesterday's morning assembly. I was shocked.
昨日の朝礼で亡くなったって聞いて、本当びっくりしちゃったんです。
They announced that he died at the morning assembly yesterday. I couldn't believe my ears.
あれ？生徒たちは佐々木くんの遺体が見つかった当日の朝礼で。
That morning assembly on the day Eisuke's body was found seems key.
佐々木くんの事件を知ったって言ってたけど、
Of course, that's when they told the students what happened.
福山先輩の話だと、森本さんは佐々木くんのことが告げられた朝礼があった日から休んでるって。
But Fukuyama is saying that Megumi wasn't at school that day.
先輩の勘違いかしら。
Did he really mean that? Or did he misspeak?
先輩？
Fukuyama?
どうした立花。
Oh, now he's awfully jumpy. Yes, what's up, Tachibana?
先輩は森本さんが佐々木くんのことが告げられた朝礼の日から休んでるって っておっしゃいましたよね。
You said that Megumi has been absent since before the morning assembly, right?
ああ、そうだ。だから何日も姿を見ていないことになるんだよ。
Yes, that's right. That's why I haven't seen her for days, Tachibana.
でも生徒たちは佐々木くんが発見された当日の朝礼で事件を知ったんですよね。
But students learned about Eisuke's death on the same day he was found, right? Oh, now he realizes he fucked up.
じゃあ森本さんは佐々木くんのことと関係なく休んでたってことですか？
So, her absence didn't have anything to do with Eisuke. At least that day's absence, right?
何か別の理由があったとか。
Was there some other reason she was gone?
おお、なるほど。そうかもしれないな。さすがは探偵だな。立花は。
Oh, yes, I see. You really are a sharp detective now, Tachibana.
でも違うか。
But I'm not sure. Hmm?
森本さんがその朝礼の日から休んでることと先輩の様子が気になるわ。
I'm worried about Megumi's continued absence and about how strangely Fukuyama is acting. Okay, so
そわそわしているように見えるのよね。
he looks so anxious. Guess we'll just ask. I guess there's no use beating around the bush at this point.
どうしてなのかな。
I wonder why.
ん？
Hmm.
先輩、森本さんのことを聞くと落ち着かなくなるのね。
And there she goes. There she mentions. Why does he tighten up when we talk about Megumi? He did this the other day, too. Yeah, this is so goddamn suspicious. Yeah.
そんなに見つめられたら
Oh, God.
困るだな。
Well, what are you looking at? Oh, you could cut this this tension with a fucking knife.
福山先輩、
Fukuyama?
はい。
Yes, ma'am?
私何か変だと思ってたんです。先輩って森本めぐみさんの話題になると
I have a strange feeling that something is off. Anytime I bring up Megumi,
いつもそわそわして落ち着きがなくなりますよね。
you seem to tighten up and get anxious. Am I wrong?
そう見えるのか。いや、意外だな。そんなことないけどな。
Is that what it seems like? No, that's not it. I don't feel that way.
先輩、もしかして森本さん
Fukuyama, about Megumi. What?
森本めぐみさんは朝礼より前に佐々木くんのこと知ってたんじゃないですか？
Did she somehow know about Eisuke's death before the morning assembly?
それってつまり
If so, it would mean... Yeah, let's not make any wild accusations about Megumi's moral character just yet, but...
めぐみさんの知り合いが佐々木くんを
Was Eisuke killed by someone Megumi knew?
なんて考えるのは今の しすぎよね。
It's a pretty big leap to assume that at this point.
どんな可能性でも排除すべきではないというのが先生のポリシーだけど、
I shouldn't rule out any possibility. Mr. Itsugi is always warning us to consider everything.
じゃあめぐみさんはどうやって佐々木くんのことを事前に知ったのかしら。
But what's the most likely reason she knew about Eisuke's death?
もしかして先輩が？
Could it have something to do with Fukuyama?
福山先輩、
Fukuyama?
はい。
Oh God, for a second there, I thought the sound effects were just like, like just getting like standing up from the table and just making a fucking run for the door. He's like, shit. Yes?
学級委員の森本さんには先に知らせた方がいいって先輩考えたんじゃないですか？
You must have told Megumi about Eisuke before the rest of the class, since she's the representative.
そのせいで佐々木くんと特に仲が良かった森本さんは一人で残酷な事実と向き合うことになり、
But unfortunately, telling her first isolated her from the others, leaving her all alone to face the cruel reality.
先輩が思う以上に強いショックを受けてしまって朝礼の日から登校できなくなってしまった。
And she must have taken it very hard. That's probably why she hasn't come back to school since.
その結果、先輩は森本さんに罪悪感を覚えている。違いますか？
And you're probably feeling guilty about it. Am I right about any of this?
違うよ。
No.
いくら俺だってそんな勝手なことするわけないじゃないか。
I would never do something so selfish. The reason I'm jumping is something far worse.
第一、俺たち教師だって佐々木の事件を知ったのは朝礼の直前だ。
First of all, we teachers didn't know about Eisuke's death until the moment before the assembly.
前もって知らせるっていうのには無理があるよ。
It would have been impossible to let her know in advance.
そうだったんですね。ごめんなさい先輩。勝手なこと言っちゃって。
I see. I'm sorry for speculating like that.
いいんだ、立花。そうやって疑問をもとに推理をするのが探偵というものなんだろう。
It's all right, Tachibana. That's what being a detective is all about, isn't it? Asking questions and speculating.
俺が教師であるように、立花、君は探偵だってことだ。わかるな。
Just like I was meant to be a teacher, you were meant to be a detective, Tachibana. Yeah?
ありがとうございます。
Yeah. Thank you.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. Okay, so why are you so jumpy then?
じゃあ森本さんはどうしてその朝礼の当日欠席だったんですか？
So then, why do you think Megumi would have been absent the day of that morning assembly?
体調が良くないとご家族から連絡があったんだ。
Oh, she was out sick. Her family had called out that morning to let me know.
そういうことか。
I see.
そういうことだ、立花。
That's really what it was, Tachibana.
でも本当にそうなのかしら。
I wonder if her family was telling the truth. Yeah, this doesn't make him look any less suspicious, dude. I guess let's prod a little bit more.
先輩は森本さんの担任なんですよね。様子を見に行かれたりとかは。
Since you're Megumi's homeroom teacher, have you checked up on her since she's been out?
いや、していないよ。なかなか家に訪ねて行きづらくてな。
Oh my fucking god. Oh, this is not helping my current hypothesis. Or at least it's helping it in the worst ways. should I say. No, I'm afraid I haven't. It's difficult for me to visit her at her house. Yeah, Chris Hansen's about to walk through the fucking cafe doors. Huh. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
森本が早く登校できるようになってほしい。今はそれだけだよ。
Okay, I guess not. I just hope Megumi comes back to school soon. She's in my thoughts. Right, any other observations?
驚いた。もうこんな時間じゃないか。立花と話してるとあっという間だ。
Oh, it's gone so late. Time flies when you're having a good conversation, right, Tachibana?
立花、君には悪いが、生徒たちが俺を待っているんだ。
Anyway, I hate to leave now, but I'm afraid that my students are waiting for me. Waiting for what? Isn't it like late afternoon?
もちろん、名残惜しいのは分かっているんだが。
I'm sure you could chat all day long, but I have a real job.
すまない。
I'll have to get going. My apologies.
はいじゃあ行きましょうか
Yeah, and if she was just sick, he would have been a lot more forthcoming about that. I understand. Let's get going.
話を聞かせてもらったんだからここのお感情はこっちがしなきゃ
You really don't have to, Ayumi. You really don't. He's the one wasting your time. I'll pick up the check since Fukuyama took the time to meet with me.
先輩ありがとうございましたここは私が
Thank you, Fukuyama. This is on me.
おいおい、俺に恥をかかせたいのかな、立花は。
I don't think you need much help with that. Oh, come on, Tachibana. You'll make me look bad.
でも
Well,
君は後輩。俺は
after all, you were once my underclassman, and I am
先輩です
my senpai.
だな。そういうことだ。
That's right, and that's that.
調査に協力をしていただいた上にごちそうにまでなるなんてやっぱり
Listen, I'm really grateful for your help with the investigation and for taking the time, but
いいんだ、立花。君は後輩。俺は、なんだっけ。
not another word, Tachibana. What am I again?
先輩ですじゃあお言葉に甘えて
My
お
senpai.
願いします
Then I guess I'll let it go.
オーケー。俺のオアシスに来てくれてありがとう、立花。
At least I didn't have to pay. Well, thanks for meeting me at my milk tea oasis, Tachibana.
やっぱり近い
Standing way too close, as usual.
先輩ごちそうさまでした
Yeah, come on, look at this place. It's totally, like, obviously a chain joint, and he's calling it, like, his special place. It's like fucking Michael in The Office just, like, being like, I'm gonna go to Sbarro's for my New York slice. Of course, but I should thank you, Fukuyama.
それと貴重な情報をありがとうございました調査に役立てますね
Not just for the tea, but for the valuable information. I'm sure it'll help our investigation.
立花の役に立ったんなら何よりだよ。これからだって喜んで協力するぞ。
That's great to hear, Tachibana. Call me anytime. I'm always happy to help.
本当ですか頼りになります福山先輩
Yeah? I might take you up on that, Fukuyama.
なあ、立花。
Hey, Tachibana.
はい
その頼りになる福山先輩は、立花、君と
When can an old senpai
次はいつ会えるのか。
see his underclassmen again? Hey, Tachibana? This dude is like the least subtle guy in the world. Again?
先輩がまだ何かを調べてくれるってことなんですか？
Yeah, if he's going to insist on clinging to you like a leech, you might as well try to get something out of the exchange. Does that mean you'll continue digging up info at the school for me? Yeah, exactly. Like, just like, oh, you can only get the finest home grilled burgers at the Burger King. Only the finest in Mexican cuisine at the Taco Bell. Does that mean you'll continue digging up info at the school for me?
ああ、もちろんそうだ。何をかというと、そりゃいろいろとだ。
Yes, of course. I'll look into anything you like.
ありがとうございます、先輩。
Great, thank you.
あ、でも、お仕事大変なんですよね。やっぱり、今日のお話で十分です。
I mean, I know your job is stressful. I don't want to add more. What you've told me already is enough.
立花、確かに俺は忙しい。だが、
Tachibana? Yes, I'm busy, but
南第三中学校の教師の俺にしかできないことってあるんじゃないかな。
I know I have the unique privilege of being close to the kids at Minami Daisan Junior High.
生徒たちからもいずれ話を聞く必要があるだろう。
And as time goes by and feelings are less raw, I'm sure I'll have conversations about what happened.
そこに何らかの謎が隠されてるかもしれないじゃないか。
I could certainly imagine one of them providing information that helps unravel the mystery.
森本めぐみさんが休んでいる本当の理由とかですか？
You mean, like, the real reason Megumi hasn't been coming to school?
それもあるな。
Oh, yeah, that too. Okay, so he's just dropping the act already about her being sick. Yeah, okay.
立花、俺は佐々木のためにできる限りのことをしたいと思っている。
You've got to understand, Tachibana. I want to do anything I can for Eisuke.
そしてそれが立花、君のためになるのならなおさらだ。
And if it helps you out as well, that's even better.
ありがとうございます、福山先輩。
Thank you, Fukuyama.
いつでも俺に頼ってくれ。立花後輩。また連絡するよ。
You can always count on me. I'll be in touch, okay?
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Yes, that would be great.
気をつけて帰るんだぞ。立花。
Have a safe trip home, Tachibana. He just fucking darts off like those fucking footsteps. It's like I'm half expecting it to be like that Simpsons gag where you just hear the footsteps really quick and then you hear a car door slam and the tire screech.
ものすごい勢いで走ってっちゃった。
Well, he rushed off full of excitement.
福山先輩ってほんと変わらないな。ちょっと笑っちゃう。
Good old Fukuyama. He really hasn't changed. Always makes me laugh.
でも、
Still.
めぐみさんのことを聞いた時の先輩の様子、やっぱり気になっちゃう。
Oh, it's even got the suspicious music. I can't get over the way he looked when I brought up Megumi. I'll have to get to the bottom of it.
ただいま。
I'm back, Mado.
あゆみちゃんおかえり。何か飲む？
Welcome back, Ayumi. Can I get you something to drink? Unlike you, I won't drug your drink.
何のミルクティーを見つけたんだ。
On the way here, I stopped and picked up a few cans of milk tea.
またミルクティー。
Oh, more milk tea.
新発売なんだってさ。ミルクティー好きだったよね。
This is a new brand. You like milk tea, don't you?
大丈夫。ありがとう。
Yeah, it's just... I'm fine for now. But thanks.
ね、それより昨日の調査の話聞かせて。
Anyway, tell me about how things went yesterday.
あ、そうだね。わかった。
Sure. Let me see.
僕は約束通 あゆみちゃんに久世さん兄弟のことを話した。
I told Ayumi everything I learned about the Kuze siblings and their history.
久世さんのご兄弟にそんな過去があったなんて。
Wow, I didn't realize they had a history like that.
それでどう ?18 年前の事件について何か発見はあったの？
What else did you learn? Did you get any more details about the case from 18 years ago?
図書館で連続少女殺人事件を調べてみたんだけど、
Yeah, I looked up tons of articles about the serial girl murders at the library.
やっぱり紙袋のことはどの記事でも触れられていなかったよ。
I was able to confirm that the victims being found with paper bags on their heads was never reported.
ただ、いろいろと調べていくと、
However, after a lot of digging,
最初の事件に不可解な点がいくつかあることに気づいたんだ。
I've identified a few aspects of the first case that have me puzzled.
重要参考人として2人の人物が挙がっていたものの、
For instance, there were two persons of interest that were mentioned,
いずれも死亡もしくは行方不明になっててさ。
but one of them is dead and the other is missing. Oh,
1人目は被害者の橋爪彩香の父親で、彩香の遺体発見前日に起きた火事で焼死。
one was the victim's father who died in a house fire the day before his daughter's body was found.
2人目の彩香と親しかったという若い男は、アパートの部屋におびただしい血痕を残して失踪。
The second was a young man who was friends with the victim. He disappeared, leaving only bloodstains.
2人は彩香殺害の事件に巻き込まれたと考えられる一方で、
While we don't know to what extent either of them was involved,
どちらかが彩香を殺害したという可能性も否定できないんだ。
we can't rule out the possibility that one of them killed Ayaka.
失踪した男が犯人なのかどうかはわからないままだし、
Could the missing man have been the killer?
同じような年頃の少女を狙った異常者による無差別事件の可能性も考えられる。
Or could it have been someone else who happened to target girls of a similar age?
その線も確かにありそうよね。
Either scenario seems plausible.
でもいずれにせよ、
Well, one way or another.
橋爪彩香をはじめとする3人の被害者が同様の紙袋をかぶって亡くなっていた以上、
We still have 3 victims, including Ayaka Hashizume, who were found with bags on their heads.
同一犯による犯行とみて間違いないんだろうけど、
It's got to be the work of the same killer.
当時の警察が全力で捜査しても解決できなかった事件なんだから。
Remember that this was a high-profile case that the police failed to solve, despite all their efforts.
そう簡単に謎が解けるとは思えないわね。
So it won't
でも肝心なのは
so it won't be easy getting to the bottom of it. But maybe the key is
佐々木くんの事件と18年前の事件、そしてエミオがつながるのかどうかよね。
the connection between that case, Eisuke Sasaki, and the legend of Emio the Smiling Man.
そういえば18年前の事件の被害者の女の子とエミオに共通しそうな情報を見つけたよ。
Speaking of that, I did find a common link between the older murders and the urban legend.
2件目と3件目の少女はいずれも泣いている姿を目撃されていたようなんだ。
In both the second and third murders, the victims were seen crying shortly before they were killed.
エミオ、やっぱり何か関係があるのかしら。
Just like in the Smiling Man legend, maybe there really is a connection.
地道に粘り強く調査していきましょう。
Well, let's stay focused and keep after it, okay?
そうだね。それに久世誠さんの失踪も何らかの形で関係しているのかもしれないし。
Absolutely. I do wonder if the disappearance of Makoto Kuze is also related.
僕たちの役割はそれらの関連性を見つけ出すことだよね。
I guess it's our job to find out.
あゆみちゃんの調査結果を聞こう。
Oh, okay, well. I mean, you could just progress to that point automatically, but sure.
私は福山先輩から話を聞いてきたわよ。
Yeah, that's the thing. From the sound of things, she seemed to be in a pretty good mood. beforehand? Because they were saying that she quit her job, but apparently there was no falling out with her past employer. She put in her notice. She left on good terms. So for all we know, she was on good terms. Like, she was, like, feeling fine. But I have to wonder, because here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that maybe she had some kind of spat with her dad, and she maybe, I don't know, maybe kind of burned her house down. And then she was just kind of a wreck after that. And then this Emio guy finds her, and she's like, hey, you seem pretty sad. I'm going to kill you. Or there are other circumstances behind the fire that maybe led to, like, say, maybe, let's say, this Emio guy or whoever it is that did it set the house on fire, which understandably upsets her. And then he's like, you know what? Let's take care of this. Can't leave any witnesses, and you seem pretty bummed out, so I'm going to put you out of your misery. And I guess we'll find out. Well, I had a good long chat with Fukuyama. Didn't learn a whole lot, and I got some pretty rancid vibes off of him, but nonetheless, it was a long chat. And how did it go?
成績優秀な佐々木くんの成績が最近落ちてきていたんだって。
Well, among other things, he mentioned that Eisuke's grades had slipped lately.
成績が
Is that so?
志望している私立高校への進学が厳しいほどだったらしいんだけど。
Yeah, it even sounds like he might have had a hard time getting into the private high school he wanted.
佐々木くん本人は気にしていない様子だったんだって。
But he also said that Eisuke himself didn't seem particularly troubled by it.
先輩に考えがあって先生方にしか話は聞かなかったみたいだから。
Also, Fukuyama was squirrely about talking to other students. He's only spoken with teachers so far.
今日分かったことはこれくらいかしら。あ、そうだ。
And I think that's about it. Oh, wait.
佐々木くんと仲が良かったっていう。
There's one other thing about Eisuke's friend.
森本めぐみっていう生徒の欠席がずっと続いてるみたいなんだけど。
I'm talking about Megumi. Anyway, apparently she's been absent from school for a while now.
彼女、佐々木くんが発見された日から登校していないんだって。
In fact, she hasn't been to school since the day that Eisuke died.
先生方や生徒たちはみんなその日の朝事件を知ったってことだから。
But it's strange, because the teachers and students learned about his death that morning.
当日は別の理由で欠席したってことだね。
So you're saying she was already absent that day, but for other reasons.
そうなの。誰かが事前に事件のことを伝えたのかもしれないって思ったんだけど。
That's right. I thought maybe someone could have told her about the situation in advance.
今のところその可能性は低いみたいなのよね。
But it doesn't seem particularly likely.
やっぱりたまたま体調が悪かっただけなのかな。
Maybe she was actually just sick.
確かにちょっと気になるよね。
Yeah, maybe. I am curious.
うん。
Yeah.
それじゃあ今日分かったことについて推理してみましょう。
Let's review what we've learned today, Mado.
そうだね。そうしようか。
Good idea. Let's do it.
最近の佐々木くんにはある問題があったようだ。それは
It seems as though Eisuke had been having a few problems lately involving getting into a private school.
志望校を諦めなきゃならないほど成績が落ちたことだよね。
His grades had slipped to the point that he was at risk of not getting into a top school.
そうね。表面上は悩んでいる様子はなかったみたいだけど。
But he was supposedly unbothered about that. I don't know.
何にせよ、殺人事件の被害者になることには結びつかないように思うわね。
In any case, I'm not sure how it relates to him being murdered.
そして佐々木くんと親しかったという森本めぐみさんという少女。
Megumi and Eisuke were close friends.
佐々木くんの遺体が発見された当日から登校しなくなってしまったんだったよね。
But she stopped coming to school the day that his body was found.
彼女が登校しなくなった理由は
Why did she stop coming to school that very day? We just don't know.
明らかになっていない。
そうね。体調不良らしいという情報はあったけど、
Well, I did hear that she wasn't feeling well, but I don't know how well we could trust the dude who told us that.
本当にそうなのかまでははっきり分かってないのよね。
I think you're right that we don't really know for sure at this point.
今日分かったことはこれぐらいかしら。
That's all the info I gathered today.
宇津木先生はいらっしゃらないけど、あなたがいれば安心よ。
Even though Mr. Itsugi isn't here, I feel like we're making good progress on the case together.
まだまだ分からないことだらけだけど、二人で力を合わせて頑張りましょうね。
There's still a lot of unknowns, but I'm sure we can work together to solve the case. Agreed.
うん、
あれ
Is something on your mind?
どうしたの？
Hey, what's up?
うん、
Yeah, call Itsugi, ask him to read us a bedtime story. She looks really serious.
あゆみちゃんどうしたの？
What's wrong? Let's ask again.
あゆみちゃん？
あ、ごめんなさい。何？
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. What is it? I was just thinking really hard about what I was having for lunch.
なんだか考え込んでたようだけど、気になることでもあるの？
It just seemed like you were spacing out there for a second. Something on your mind?
うん、ね、
Yeah.
森本さんについてもう一つ思い出したというか気になることがあるのよ。
There's something about Megumi Morimoto that I've been wondering about.
どんなこと？
Oh? What is it?
実は前々からなんだけど、
It's been bugging me for a while now, but
先輩に森本さんの話を聞こうとするとすっごくそわそわしたり落ち着かなくなったりするの。
whenever her name comes up when I'm talking to Fukuyama, he tightens up and gets anxious. He starts getting flop sweats.
何か隠していることでもあ
It's
る
like that fucking Key and Peele skit. Whoa, I wonder if he's hiding something.
わかんない。
I can't tell.
これまでも何度か彼女のことは聞いてみてるけど、いまいち手応えもなくって。
I asked him directly a number of times, but his answers feel a bit evasive.
彼女と直接話ができればね。
If only we could talk to Megumi in person.
うん、
Can we look her up on like the yellow pages or something? Like maybe just go to the school, maybe make some inquiries there with the staff. You know, the staff that isn't Fukuyama.
ところで明日の予定は決まってるの？
By the way, do you have any plans for tomorrow?
僕はもう一度図書館に行って、今度は都市伝説について調べてみるよ。
I think I'm going back to the library. This time I want to do some research on urban legends.
わかったわ。
Okay, sounds good.
私はそうね。
As for me, I guess
佐々木くんや森本さんのことは先輩からの情報を待った方がいいのかも。
I might just need to wait for more information about Eisuke and Megumi from Mr. Fukuyama. Or you could bypass the Fukuyama part entirely and just ask her yourself. Yeah. Just, if you need someone to go fuck up Mr. Fukuyama, just let me know. I'm a black belt.
もう少し考えてみるね。
But I'll think about it some more.
よろしくね。
Good idea. Thanks. Chapter 5, The Paper Bag.
よし。図書館で都市伝説について書かれた本を探してみよう。
Okay, let's head to the library and see what we can learn about urban legends. Also feels kind of weird that there's no hard stop and the thing telling me you can't play anymore at the end of every chapter. It'll take some getting used to.
先生が調べていることだけど、エミオの手がかりが見つかればいいと思った。
I know Mr. Itsugi is also looking into this angle, but I'm hoping to learn more about the Smiling Man. And look, we know that Fukuyama was in the Naginata Club, but we don't know how good he actually was with the Naginata, you know? Unless we totally do and I just forgot, but just looking at him, I don't know. I have my doubts.
現代の幽霊伝説という本は見かけたように思うけども、都市伝説関連はあるのかな?
I saw a book titled Modern Ghost Legends at the library, but maybe there's one all about urban legends. Just sit here, look at the cars pass by, but I guess I'll just get going. What if I look around?
見覚えのある車が。
That car looks familiar. Hey, boy detective. What? Is that? Oh my god. No. God, I love how both characters have their own like personal nuisances. It's a real. We're making sure both sides of this this game are well served. Detective Kamihara, what are you doing here? What's up? Detective Kuze has requested your presence. You don't seem terribly thrilled to share this news with me. Really?
僕をですか?
Really? Me?
申し訳ないけど、ご同行願えるかな?
I'm afraid I'm going to need you to come with me. Oh, did her mom blab? Her mom might have blabbed. Yeah, that's... Yeah, he's in trouble.
わかりました。
Okay, I understand.
ドラマの刑事っぽくなかった？ちょっと様になってたよね。
God. Wow, did that feel like we were in a TV show? I played the hard-boiled detective part perfectly. I guess. Anyway.
刑事クビになったら役者になるのもありかな。見た目もそんなに悪くないし。
I think I could be an actor if this whole detective thing doesn't work out, right? I'm a handsome devil.
って自分で言うなよってな。
Maybe I should say that about myself, but I just did.
いや、自分で言うべきではないのは、刑事クビになったらの方だと。
Maybe you should be a bit more concerned about the whole detective thing working out.
あれ？どうしたの探偵くん？お疲れかな？
Hey, what's up with you anyway, boy detective? Are you tired or something?
いいえ、上原刑事はいつも元気でいいなって。
Oh no, nothing like that. I was just thinking about how energetic you always are. Right. Totally right. Yeah, it was her grandmother. Because, yeah, both her parents died. And then, yeah, okay. That's right.
でしょありがとう。さあ、乗った出発するよ。
Right? That's me. Come on, get him. Let's go.
さあ、先輩が手ぐすねを引いて待ってるよ。
We gotta move. Detective Kuze's waiting for you.
そのクゼ刑事はどんな要件で？
What does Detective Kuze want with me anyway? Well,
先輩の要件ね。
running errands for Kuze.
いやー、実を言うと僕も何も聞かされてなくてさ。
To be honest, she didn't even tell me what this is about.
そうなんですか？
Oh, really?
これと言ってないけど、
Nothing worth mentioning.
ただ
So,
一つ確かなのは先輩の機嫌は良くなかったってことかな。
okay, yeah, she totally knows. Just to warn you, Kuze did not seem like she was in a particularly great mood. Yeah, we're gonna get a fucking earful. Ah.
あれ、心当たりがあったりするの？
Oh, does that sound familiar?
とも機嫌がいい日の方が珍しいんだけど。
I guess she's not usually. I guess she's usually not in a great mood.
まさか僕がクゼ刑事の家に行ったり、吉江さんに会いに行ったのがバレた。
Yeah, she's got no jurisdiction on us. She can chew us out, but she can't get us fired. Detective Kuze couldn't have known that I went to see her childhood home and her grandmother.
なんかやったみたいだね、その様子じゃ。
You got a weird look on your face. What did you do?
勇気あるな。
Oh, sure, now you put on the poker face. So Kuze didn't mention anything about grandmothers or childhood homes or eggplants, did she?
何かをやってそれが先輩にバレたんだとしたら、
If you really did something and she found out,
これから探偵くんの身に起こることを想像しただけで震えが止まらなくなっちゃう。
I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, boy detective. I'm shaking just thinking about it.
そんなに？
Can it really be that bad? Yeah, so we're gonna get her office. It's just gotta be like when you fail a stage in Katamari Damacy, you're just like running. Like she's just gotta shoot eye lasers at you while you just try to frantically dodge, all while she's lecturing you.
どんまい。
Don't be too nervous.
バレたに違いない。
She must know somehow. Maybe I'll just,
車は警察署に。
The car appears to be heading to the police station, and jumping out of the car right now might be a bit of a dangerous move.
あれ、探偵くん、顔色悪くない？
You're looking a little pale, boy detective.
まあ何をやったのかは聞かないでおくけども、
Well, I'm not even gonna ask, but
何にしてもちょっと緊張するよね。先輩がお呼びだなんて聞いたらさ。
I bet you're nervous having to. I bet you're nervous to have the mighty Detective Kuze call you in like this.
そうですね。
And she's like, I keep my grandmother bugged for just such an occasion. She's senile. I can't trust her.
わかるな。ちょびっとだけきつい物言いするもんね。
I know that feeling you have right now. She can be just the tiniest bit harsh.
厳しすぎるというか、なんというか、
Is harsh the right word? Maybe I mean strict.
せいぜい生き延びない。
Good luck. I hope you survive.
あ、ごめんごめん、冗談冗談。
Kidding, kidding. Sheesh. Boy, this is the longest car ride in history.
バレたに違いない。
Anything else?
もうさ、
Picture this.
カミ、あなた、彼を呼んできてくれる。
Kami, go pick up Madobi.
呼ばなかったらどうなるか。わかるわね。
You know what happens if you don't, right?
なんて言われたらもうわかりましたって言うしかないよね。
What am I supposed to say to that other than, okay, I'm on it?
その光景が目に浮かびますよ。
Yeah, I can imagine.
ってことは、僕のモノマネが似てたってこと。
Ooh, so my impression was good?
そうは言ってない。
That's not what I meant.
いやしかし大変だね、君も。
Anyway, good luck.
神原刑事こそ
Hey, I could wish you the same.
言うね、探偵くん。
I set you up for that and you nailed it, boy detective. And maybe he really does just want to be a fucking, like, manzai comedian or something.
似てるんだ、僕のモノマネ。
Nailed it, right? My impression? Alright, well, okay.
バレたに違いない。
まあ、本当に僕のモノマネみたいな言い方してたかは置いとくとして。
Anyway, my flawless impression aside,
置いとくんだ。
finally.
真面目に言うと、先輩は人にだけじゃなくて自分自身にも厳しいんだ。
I have to say that Detective Kuze is at least as hard on herself as she is on everyone else.
だからこそ優秀な刑事として活躍できてるんだよ。
But it's also a part of why she's such a good detective.
僕はその凄さを誰よりも知ってる。
Take
厳しさの方は何十倍。
take it from me. She's 10 times harder on me than she is on anyone else, except herself.
神原刑事。
Detective Kamihara.
やっぱりコンビを組んでるだけあって久世刑事のことをよく見てる。
I guess you know Detective Kuze pretty well, since you're partners.
だってしょっちゅう怒られてるもんね。
Sure, I know her well. I know exactly what she's gonna get mad at me about before it happens.
まあ僕ってばずば抜けてポンコツだから厳しくされて当然なんだけど。
Probably because I'm completely useless. So it's like her job to give me a hard time.
ずば抜けてポンコツ。
Completely useless? Your words. Yeah, you want to cry it out, buddy?
気が怒ってたよな。下手すりゃ死んじゃうのに。
There was this one thing she was really pissed about. I mean, that was life or death, so.
命に関わること。
Life or death? What happened?
なんでもないよ。独り言。
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just mumbling to myself. Well, now I can't not ask.
なんでもない独り言。
Nothing to worry about, boy detective. Just talking to myself.
なんでもない独り言。
Okay, I guess. Yeah, this car's got a lot of baggage in it, and not the kind you'd expect. She's my partner, so I get why she's worried about me being a bad shot. She's in the line of fire. I guess he's just going to inadvertently tell us anyway. What's this about the line of fire? The line between detective and criminal is thinner than you might expect. Yep. You know, he thought he sounded so cool saying that. I do seem to remember hearing something about some kind of mistake he made. What, did he shoot her by accident? Oh yeah, Inspector Kamada told me that Detective Kamihara is a terrible shot. I can see why Detective Kuze is so hard on him. Gotta be tough to have a partner who can't shoot. What's that? Are you laughing at something? Oh, is that missable? I wonder how else as much is missable, because yeah, in the first game there didn't seem to be a whole lot, but in the second game there was definitely some parts where it's like you could tell, like you could totally miss out on things, and then they have something to like kind of arbitrarily happen to fill you back in on what you missed, just to make sure that the plot could progress. Oh no, it's nothing. Okay, weirdo. Boy detective. That was embarrassing. But I couldn't help but laugh at the memory. So, Detective Kuze ordered you to pick me up today, and she's always tough on herself and everyone else. Yeah, that's right. As soon as I set foot in the station, she ordered me to come get you. I didn't even get to eat breakfast. I was really hoping for coffee and a pastry. Oh. Ugh, why did I tell you that? It's so embarrassing. Come on, it's not that funny, boy detective. Ugh, there goes my stomach growling again. Perfect timing. Thanks, stomach. I can't believe she made me do this when I'm starving and haven't had my breakfast. What if Kuze could hear you say that? Why, do you think she wiretapped the car? Don't tell her. Please, boy detective. I mean, as we just established, we are not ruling out the possibility that she wiretapped her own grandma, so wiretapping the car does not seem like too far a stretch. He is hilarious. Ah, I think I left the milk for my coffee back on my desk. Ugh. I think we're done with all the conversational trees here. Huh. Did I get that part about the bike? It's going on and on.
久世刑事の話をする神原刑事ってなんだか楽しそうだね。
But I'll let him. He seems to enjoy talking about Detective Kuze. Yeah, I saw a motorcycle. So yeah, I don't think I got the thing that, no, saying that the motorcycle was his. Anyway, let's ask him more about Kuze, since he likes to talk about her so much.
先輩は厳しいって散々言ったけどさ、ああ見えて優しいところもあるんだ。
Oh, you mean the bike in front of the house? Because there was the normal bike in front of the house, right? This is why you shouldn't go like weeks at a time between parts. Listen, I know I've complained about Kuze a bit, but she's got a gentle side. Somewhere.
そうなんですね。つい厳しい印象が強くて。
Is that so? Under that extremely harsh exterior.
だろうね。
Yeah.
やっぱ厳しい印象の方が強いよね。
I'm not surprised that most people think of Detective Kuze as severe.
やっぱ
Okay, so I guess that's all there is for that.
そういや探偵君、どこか行こうとしてた？
You got plans somewhere else, Detective Boy? Or Boy Detective?
はい。図書館に行こうかと。
I was headed to the library for research.
じゃあごめんね。
Nuh-uh, sorry.
早めに解放してあげたいけど、先輩のあの様子じゃ厳しいか。
I'd love to let you out of here, but I don't think Kuze would like it based on the look on her face. Also, with just this looping background, I can't help but feel like we're driving around in circles, like he's just doing like sick donuts in the parking lot. Where he's just like in the Flintstones dimension.
あそこから図書館って結構遠いよね。
Hey, the library's pretty
どうやって行
far.
くつもりだったの？
How were you planning on getting there?
もちろん徒歩でですけど。
I was just going to walk, but
そうなの？探偵君って歩くの好きなのね。
walk? Really? Boy Detective just loves walking, is that it?
タクシー呼びなよ。ボスにお願いしてさ。
Why didn't you call a cab? Surely your boss would pay for it, right?
いや、タクシーって高いじゃないですか。呼ぶときに電話代だってかかりますし。
I mean, cabs are expensive. Just calling one up costs money, let alone going anywhere.
電話代ってケチるとか？
Imagine having a cell phone being too stingy to pay the bill. I don't appreciate your tone, sir.
事務所が持ってくれんじゃないの？電話代気にせず呼んじゃいなよ。
I thought the office would cover it, but whatever. Look, forget the phone bill. Just call cabs. All right, then I'll call one right now. Mr. Cab Driver, sir, please rescue me from this car. I'm being taken to the police station against my will.
この前は携帯電話の電池切れでタクシーが呼べずに困ったんだよね。
Last time I wanted to call a cab, my cell phone battery was dead. No, it was almost dead. We opted not to call a cab so we could save the battery. Not that really affected anything in the long run. Because my guy still forgot to charge his phone like a dumbass, and then the next day he was out of juice. Of course, the cab came anyway. Why did that cab? I mean, because you summoned it with your mind. I thought we established this.
国道沿いのバス停に少年が待ってるからお迎えに上がるよ。
Yeah.
会社から連絡があったんですよ。
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't think we ever really found out who called the cab for us, did we? Boss called up and said I had a fare out waiting for. I had a fare out waiting at this bus stop. Because I think we suspected it was
そうだ
Kamihara.
うわ何どうしたの
Huh? What is it? What did you almost forget?
上原刑事、この前はタクシーの手配ありがとうございました。
I have to thank you, Detective Kamihara, for calling that cab for me the other day.
タクシーの手配
I know it. He did call the cab. I actually did summon it with my mind. Exactly. This is the real Mother 4. Was it not him?
はい、前に国道のバス停でお会いした時なんですが。
Yeah, remember when I ran into you by the bus stop near the crime scene?
ああ、あの時か。驚いた。
Oh, that. Yeah, I bet you were surprised.
はい、あの時は本当に助かりました。
Yes, that's it. Anyway, it was really helpful, so thank you.
んじゃ、もう一つ驚く種明かし。実はあのタクシーは先輩が呼んだんだよ。
Well, here's another surprise. I didn't call the cab. Detective Kuze did.
え、久世刑事だったんですか？
Really? The same Detective Kuze?
そう。ほらね、優しいところあるだろ。
Yeah, see? I told you she has a soft spot.
上原刑事の言う通りですね。
Well, how about that? You were right, Dice.
何？神様の言う通りだって？なんちゃって。
What's that? Dice is your hero? Just kidding.
それは言ってない。
Definitely not what I said.
後で久世刑事にお礼を言わなくちゃ。
Anyway, I'll need to remember to thank Detective Kuze later. Unless she's like, hey, you're gonna pay me back for the fucking cab because you went and hit up my grandma. I felt like being nice and look what you did.
タクシーは久世刑事が呼んでくれたんだ。
Detective Kuze is the one who called the cab.
先輩は厳しいけど優しいところもある。まっすぐすぎて不器用なところも。
Detective Kuze is tough, but she can be kind. She's actually kind of a dork. She's literally clumsy.
本当にいろんな面があるけどさ。
Really, she's just a complicated person like anyone else.
僕、先輩と組めてよかったなって思ってるんだ。
What if she's the one who's actually a bad shot and she just kind of like deflects on Kamihara as like she misses her target and she's like, why did you miss that, you dumbass Kamihara? And because he's so spineless, he just goes along with it. And despite my complaints, I'm happy to have her as a partner.
先輩と組めてつくづくよかったよ。本当に本心からね。
I'm actually blessed to be working with Kuze. Really, from the bottom of my heart.
僕、先輩と組めてよかったなって思ってるんだ。
I'm lucky to have a partner like Detective Kuze. So, we've been in this car for like 30 minutes now. If not that, then at least like 20 minutes. Like, when are we gonna get to the police station? Where are you taking me, dude?
いいコンビなんだな、二人は。
Kuze and Kamihara might actually make a good team.
僕、先輩と組めてよかったなって思う。あ、そういえば。
Oh, by the way,
ねえねえ、探 イズとかなぞなぞとか好き？
How do you like riddles, boy detective?
はい、結構好きな方です。
I like them a lot, actually.
じゃあここで先輩クイズ。
Great, then get ready for the senpai quiz.
先輩は探偵くんのためにタクシーを手配しましたが、
Detective Kuze, my senpai, arranged a cab for the boy detective, but
一体いつ手配をしたのでしょうか？
when did she make the arrangements?
A、バス停前の探偵くんと別れた後。 B、バス停前で僕と探偵くんが話してる最中。
A, after I left the bus stop, or B, while we were still talking at the bus stop?
シンキングタイムスタート。
The clock's running. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
難易度高い。
Ugh, this is a tough one. I'm gonna say while we were still talking, because she was in the car the whole time, and I think she was on the phone.
バス停前で亀原刑事と僕が話している最中。
I like how he's going along with it, like the tone. While we were still talking at the bus stop.
ピンポンピンポン、大正解。
Ding, ding, ding. Well done.
いやー、探偵くんよく見てたね。僕背中向けてたから全然気づかなかったよ。
How observant of you, boy detective. I actually missed it because my back was turned. Yep.
あの時久世刑事はどこかに電話をしているようだった。
I do remember now that she seemed to be making a call from the car.
以上、先輩クイズでした。
That's all for now. Senpai quiz complete. Yeah, so what's my prize? Okay, so I guess we're just gonna keep asking questions.
先輩クイズ1問しかないんだ。次会う時までに新しいの用意しとくね。
Sorry, I only had one question for the Senpai quiz. I'll have a new one ready for next time. So do I have to answer all your questions? Do I have to answer your questions 3 if a fabulous prize I want to see?
しかし、話を聞けば聞くほど、久世刑事と亀原刑事は正反対な感じだ。
The more I hear about the two of them, the more it sounds like Kuze and Kamihara are polar opposites.
二人の時ってどんな話をするんだろう。
I wonder what they talk about when they're alone.
そういえば、亀原刑事は久世刑事と二人の時どんな話をされるんですか？
So, what kind of stuff do you and Kuze talk about when you're like on a stakeout?
おお、知りたい。
You really want to know?
おはい。
What? Yeah, of course.
なんとなく聞いてみただけって言いづらい。
Do I? I was just making conversation.
じゃあ、どのくらい知りたい？
Yeah? Prove it. How badly do you want to know? The hell kind of question is that?
かなり知りたいな。なんで、
Well, now that you're acting like this, I really want to know. Kinda.
仕方ない。その自信の強い探偵くんにだけ教えちゃおう。
All right, all right. I suppose I have no choice but to spill my guts to the boy detective.
それはね。
So, what we actually talk about is
だよ。
none of your freaking business. What?
なぜかすごく聞きたくなってくる。
Wow, now I'm actually dying to hear what they talk about.
探偵くん、人の秘密を知りたいときは相手を気持ちよくさせなきゃ。ね。
Come on, boy detective. Surely you know you've got to butter someone up to extract their secrets. You want my phone number? You want to stick a gum? I don't know what else I've got to offer you. Do you really want me to call you Dice? Do I have to say that Dice is my hero?
何度聞いても
Sorry.
だよ
Ask all you want, but I'm keeping my secret.
なんだか変な展開になっちゃったけど、
This is some odd detective work, but
相手を気持ちよくするか。よし、探偵の名にかけて頑張るぞ。
I guess I need to butter him up. This is the job I signed up for, so here goes nothing. So how do I butter him up? How do I pass him the butter? Do I have to call him Dice? Okay, I wasn't ready for that one. Yeah, if it isn't the most handsome detective on the force, Dice Kamihara. What? And I don't think he was expecting that one either.
違った。
Oh, I thought I got a better reaction than that. He's just like, no, dude, I just want you to give me like $5. What's wrong with you?
もう正直者な探偵くん僕もすっかりいい気分
Oh, you're messing with me, aren't you, boy detective? Hey, I'll take it. I am handsome.
今のでいいんだ。
Is it really that easy?
じゃあ約束通り教えてあげるね
Well, since you're so nice, I suppose I'll bestow my infinite wisdom upon you. Now spill the beans.
先輩と僕が話す内容といえば基本事件の話とか捜査関係が多め
Detective Kuze and I usually just stick to talking about ongoing cases and investigations.
でもね雑談することもあるんだよ
But hey, we do chit-chat every now and then.
久世刑事が雑談。
I'm trying to imagine a casual conversation with Detective Kuze.
あんま想像できない
Yeah, right? So come on, what'd you talk about?
先輩から話してくる雑談はね
You're wondering what Kuze and I talk about when we shoot the breeze?
例えば現場に遅刻するなとか神は拳銃を持つなとかお酒飲みすぎるなとか
Usually, I don't know, usually it's don't be late again and you drink too much and don't bring your gun, Kami. And don't wave your gun around, put the gun away. People are starting to worry.
そういうのだよ
That sort of stuff.
それは雑談じゃなくてただの重くなのでは。
Would we call that chatting or scolding?
先輩からの雑談の空気はやや重くなりがちだけど
I guess Detective Kuze's small talk isn't really that small. It's pretty serious usually.
そんな会話のムードを和ませるのがこの僕上原大輔ってわけ
But you can always leave it to me, Dice, to lighten the mood of any conversation. Whether your conversational partner is willing or not.
もうどんな話をするんですか。
Oh, how would you do that?
あそこのコーヒーがうまいですよとかこのお菓子小さい頃好きだったんですよねとか
I guess that's killing two birds with one stone, yeah. Oh, it's easy. I'll be like, that place has great coffee, or this is the candy I loved as a kid, and so on.
修理されてるのはただごまかしてるだけのような気もするけど。
I have a hard time believing that these topics work to lighten up Detective... I have a hard time believing that these topics work to lighten up Detective Kuze. I'm gonna be right back for a second. I just gotta go get a refill of my drink. Just hang on tight for like 5 seconds. Hey, did you know that Guitar Man kicks ass? Just thought you ought to know. Anyhow, I am back with a Baja Blast. Yeah. Anyhow. Because yeah, this conversation is kind of going in circles and going nowhere a lot at the same time. That song is the original song is the legendary theme from Guitar Man, but this is a remix that I found on Bandcamp somewhere a while back. Let me look at the info real quick just to get it straight. Okay, yeah, this remix was by Astroskeleton. And yeah, I believe it was on Bandcamp, but that was a little while ago, and then there was all that weird shit about Bandcamp after Epic bought them out. And then let it go already. So I don't know if it's still there or what happened to it, but yeah, if you just look up the legendary theme, Astroskeleton, one word. Yeah, but the original song is from a game called Guitar Man on PS2, and that game totally whips ass. It's, because yeah, it's from, I think, because I think it was the same, same designers as Owen done, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check, but yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal rhythm game, and it's got a really, let's say it's a charming dub. It's definitely got a dub of its era, but it's very memorable. But yeah, the music in that game totally whips ass, and the gameplay is super good too. Though I haven't played it in a while. I wonder how much like input latency on LCD displays messes with it. But if nothing else, there is also a PSP version, and I think the PSP version even has like an extra song or two. So if nothing else, you can get the PSP version, play it on your PSP or your PPSSPP or whatever. And from what I recall, that's a perfectly adequate version of that game too. Anyhow.
クゼ刑事はそういう話に乗ってきてくれるんですか？
So, Detective Kuze likes that kind of small talk?
それが結構乗ってきてくれるんだよ。お菓子については先輩の食いつきもよくって。
Oh, sure. And she loves snacks. Not just talking about them, but eating them.
じゃあそれ買ってきてちょうだい。って言ってきたこともあるんだよ。
She's even been like, well, if it's so good, why don't you go buy me some right now?
そんなこと言われたら喜び勇んで買いに行っちゃうよね。
So, of course, I gotta do it, right? Wouldn't you?
パシリのような気もするけど、宮原刑事的にはクゼ刑事から解放される瞬間だったりするのだろうか。
She's got him wrapped around her finger, but I bet he welcomes a break from her intensity. Oh, and also, back to what I was saying before, it's Gitaru Man spelled like this. Yeah, it's spelled a little funny. Let's see. Kamihara.
食べ物の話してたらまたお腹が。
Oh man, talking about food just made me all hungry again. Okay.
先輩のご用命ともあらば、お菓子探しなんて何のそのだよ。
Oh yeah, she's totally got this dude whipped. If Detective Kuze asked, I'd jump up and go seek out her favorite candy right now. And no problem. The more people who play Guitar Man, the better. Because, like, that's a game that I would absolutely be ecstatic to see come back. Like, as, like, a remaster, or even just put up on PSN as, like, a PS5, like a PS2 classic on PS5.
そうそう。この間それで買ってきたお菓子に当たりが入っててさ。
Oh, this is so cool. So, the other day, I bought some candy, and there was a prize inside.
先輩と思わず喜んじゃったよ。やったー。もう一つもらえるって。
Detective Kuze was there, so you know I'm not making it up. I was like, can I get another?
お茶目。
Wow, he's like a child.
子供の頃もそうだけど、大人になってからも当たりが出るとなんだか嬉しいよね。
I know what you're thinking. Yeah, I was happy to get a prize as a child, and I'm happy to get one now.
後から聞いた話、先輩もそのお菓子が小さい頃好きだったみたいでさ。
Also, I'm pretty sure Kuze was obsessed with the same sweets when she was a little girl.
意外な一面って感じでいいですね。
Oh, it's nice to hear that she's got a more human side to her. I mean, when you put it that way.
二人で小さい頃の話で盛り上がることがあるんだな。
Also, if they were both talking about their childhoods,
小さい頃の話。
I wonder what kinds of things they discussed from when they were little.
神原刑事。もしかしたら誠さんについても何か聞いてたりするんだろうか。
Maybe he even heard something about Makoto. Oh, this is totally got to get me obliterated by Kuze if she finds out I asked about this, but fuck it.
神原刑事はクゼ刑事のお兄さんについてご存知ですか？ 18年前に失踪したと聞いたんですが。
Detective Kamihara, do you know anything about Kuze's brother? He's been missing for 18 years. Oh, great. He didn't know. Oh. Detective?
神原刑事の顔つきが変わった。
That question seems to have shaken him up.
あ、そうそう。
Oh, actually, you know what?
大きくなったら何になりたかったかって話も先輩としたことがあってね。
One time, Kuze and I talked about what we wanted to be when we grew up, like when we were kids.
先輩はもちろん鬼刑事
Of course, she turned out to be an absolutely lethal detective.
じゃなくて、なんとお花屋さんだったんだって。意外や意外、可愛らしいよね。
I'm kidding, but her answer was surprising. She wanted to be a florist. Cute, right?
探偵君は何になりたかったのかな。やっぱ探偵なのかな。
What about you, boy detective? Did you always want to be a boy detective?
僕は小さい頃から乗り物がすごく好きでさ、何かの運転手さんになりたかったんだよね。
Well, looks like your dream has come true because you will not stop driving me around. Me, I've always been into cars. Really, anything with wheels that drives fast. I wanted to be a driver. And yeah, you're probably right. Because they would probably keep a tight lid on that. But it doesn't hurt to ask until it does when it comes back to bite us in the ass. But for now,
だからいろんな乗り物の免許を持ってるんだ。
that's why I have licenses for literally everything now.
自動車はもちろん大型車両、バイク、なんと船舶免許も。
You know, cars, commercial trucks, motorcycles. I even have my marine license.
そうなんですね。
I see. Hmm? Motorcycle license?
あの、
Um,
おっと、到着だ。
oops, here we are. Oh, we finally made it to the police station. Jesus. That only took us like a half hour. Didn't realize it was that far of a drive.
さあ、着いちゃったよ。
Well, here we are.
さあ、先輩はここの廊下を進んで突き当たりの部屋にいるよ。
Detective Kuze is waiting in the room at the end of the hallway there.
ありがとうございます。
Great, thank you.
まあ、取って食われるようなことはないからさ。探偵君、ファイト。じゃ、またな。
Don't worry, she doesn't bite. Usually. Good luck, boy detective. See ya. Yeah, what they're not showing you is that he was taking like every wrong turn.
神原刑事は言ってしまった。バイクの話しそびれちゃったな。
Dang, he left before I could ask a follow-up question about motorcycles.
誠さんのことも聞けなかったし。
I didn't get an answer about Makoto.
でもあの様子、絶対何か知っているよ。
But that look he gave me when I asked, it tells me something.
神原刑事に乗せられて、佐々木くんの事件のことも聞きそびれちゃった。
Yeah, I mean,
でも、
even if he doesn't know specifically about Makoto, that reaction does imply that it's like, maybe he's like, oh, that explains something. So maybe there's something else that's related that he knows. I guess I also failed to ask about Eisuke's case, even though we spent all that time together.
この前捜査上の機密があるって言ってたし、それはもっともだと思うから。
But he said before that he couldn't really talk about the investigation. That makes sense. You know,
聞いたとしても
and yeah, we should just thank our lucky stars that we're still alive. So he probably wouldn't have told me much anyway.
とりあえず、今は久世刑事に会いに行こ
Well, let's go see Detective Kuze. Let's get absolutely destroyed.
う。失礼します。
Like she's like we gotta step in there. It's gotta be like a fucking booby trap. Like a cage is gonna fall on us.
どうぞ。
Come on in.
久世刑事、
Oh God.
お疲れ様です。
That's not the stance you want to see, or the look. What's up?
突然呼び出して申し訳ないわね。
Hello. Sorry to call you out of the blue.
と言いつつ
She seems more tense than
ピリ
ever.
ピリしてるような気が。いえ、平気です。
No, no. It's okay. So, what's up?
悪いけど、まずはこっちから質問するわね。
I hope you don't mind if we start with a few questions.
あなた、一体何を嗅ぎ回っているのかしら？
What are you snooping around for anyway? Well, I'm kind of a detective. Snooping is what I do. Oh. So you know about the whole,
僕がゆかりこ村に行った理由を尋ねていらっしゃるわけですね。
He's like, no, I didn't know until you told me just now. Detective boy.
では、お話しします。
Okay, okay. I'll explain. Yeah, sure. Might as well just rip off that band-aid.
まず、お聞きしますが、
Let me ask you first.
久世さんのお兄さん、誠さんは18年前に失踪されたんですよね。
Your brother, Makoto, has been missing for 18 years. Is that right? I'll take the silence as a yes.
その時期が、佐々木英介の事件との関連性が見られる連続少女殺人事件と重なっていたので、
And around that time, there was a series of murders of young girls, which could be related to Eisuke's case.
久世さんのおばあさんに会ってお話を伺いました。
That's why I went to go see your grandmother.
やっぱりそういうことね。
I knew it.
ぶしつけだったとは思います。申し訳ありません。
I know it was a bit sneaky. I apologize.
あなたも仕事でしょうから、責めるつもりはないわ。
No, I don't blame you. You're just doing your job.
でも、高齢のおばあさんにご負担をおかけしたのは良くないと思います。
I feel bad for putting that kind of burden on your grandmother. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, so far she seems to be taking it pretty well, but when's the other shoe gonna drop? Because he's definitely upset about something. Okay, let's ask about observations.
祖母はあなたと話せて喜んでたんだけどね。
Listen, my grandmother said that she was happy to talk to you. Hey, your grandmother said that she wouldn't tell you. Your grandmother's a liar.
あ、そうなんですね。
Oh,
よかったです。
that's great to hear. Any other observations?
で、あなたはどうやって祖母の入居先を知ったのかしら？
One thing I was wondering, how did you find out where my grandmother lives now?
あ、はい。実は、最初に久世刑事のご実家を訪問したんです。
Oh, well, the first place I went was your childhood home.
家に。
My childhood home.
そこで、ご近所の田山さんという方とお会いし、少しお話を聞かせていただいた流れで、
Right, and I met a neighbor, Mr. Tayama, who was very helpful.
リラックスゆかりこ村の場所を教えていただきました。
He told me that she had moved to the Relax Yukariko Village retirement home.
田山さんと。そう。
Ah, good old Mr. Tayama.
私が聞きたかったことは以上よ。ご足労かけたわね。
You had me drive out for a half hour just to ask me 3 questions? Does nobody in this game know how to make a fucking phone call? That's all I wanted to ask. Sorry for the trouble.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I mean, I've got the cell phone and nobody wants to use it. Huh?
以上ですか？
That's it? Yeah. Really?
どうやって私たちの家を知ったのって聞かれるものと思ってたのに、
I thought she was going to ask how I found her childhood home.
どうして聞かないんだろう。
Why didn't she ask about that?
なんとなく警戒されている気
She
がする。
seems guarded somehow. Maybe think some more?
そっか。久世刑事の家に行ったことがある先生から。
Oh, right. She must have remembered that Mr. Utsugi has been to her house before.
久世刑事の家の場所を聞いたってことが分かってるからか。
So she probably assumed that he told me where she lived. But
でも、
いえ、私立探偵に知り合いはおりません。
I don't think so. I haven't worked with any PIs before. Huh. Ha ha ha.
そうだ。あの時久世刑事は先生と会ったことを否定したんだった。
Was Mr. Utsugi with the Force beforehand? I remember her denying that she ever met Mr. Utsugi.
それはなぜなんだろう。ずいぶん前の話だから忘れてると。
Why would she do that? Has she genuinely forgotten, or...
この機会に聞いてみようかな。緊張するけど。
I guess I should take this opportunity to ask her about it, even though it makes me nervous.
久世刑事、一つ質問させてください。
Detective Kuze, could I ask you a question?
18年前、あなたのご実家を訪ねていった宇津木から所在地を聞いて、僕はお宅にたどり着きました。
Mr. Utsugi told me where your childhood home is, so I went and checked it out.
宇津木は18年前に訪問したその日、確かにあなたに会ったと言っています。
Anyway, he said that he met you 18 years ago at that location.
でもあなたは
But you...
前にも言ったけど、探偵の知り合いはいないの。
Like I said before, I don't know Mr. Utsugi. Oh, now she's getting real mad.
ただそれだけよ。
That's all there is to it. Let's press the issue a little bit more. Or not. Let's have a little think.
久世刑事の顔つきが険しくなったよ。
Oh, the look on Detective Kuze's face. It's like she just stiffened up.
気のせいかな。
Is it just my imagination?
平静を装ってるようだけど、さっきの受け答えから見ても、
It feels like she's trying to keep a level head, but based on her response,
先生が家を訪ねていったことは覚えている。
I think she's lying about not remembering Mr. Utsugi's visit.
誠さんの失踪当日、久世刑事だけが一人で帰ってきたらしいし、
So, the day that Makoto disappeared, Kuze returned home alone, and,
先生は当時の久世刑事が怯えているように見えた。
according to Mr. Utsugi, she seemed terrified.
それらの理由はやはり気になる。
There's something about that that still bothers me.
答えてくれるかどうかわからないけど、久世刑事に誠さんのことを聞いてみよう。
I don't know if she's willing to say more, but I should at least ask her about Makoto.
久世刑事、
Detective? Yes?
もし答えていただけるようでしたら、お兄さんの誠さんについてお聞きしたいのですが。
If you don't mind, I have a few questions about your brother, Makoto. Yes, can you just tell me every little, just dig up every painful memory you've ever had? It'll really help with our investigation.
祖母が話したことが全てよ。思い出話をするつもりはないわ。
I do mind. What you got from my grandmother is all you're going to get. I'm not open to reminiscing. Yeah, that's about the response I expected.
私と兄の話はもういいわね。
So enough about me and my brother. Got it?
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
やっぱり話してくれないか。予想通りだけど。
I figured, but it was worth a shot.
さて、どうしようか。何も答えてくれなさそうだし。
What to do, what to do. She doesn't seem like she's in the mood to answer any questions.
このまま引き上げるしかないな。
I might have to leave without any of the answers I need.
久世刑事、僕はそろそろ。
I should probably get going.
ごめんなさい。もう一つ聞きたいことがあったわ。
Sorry, but I thought of one more question for you. Oh boy. This one's gonna be a doozy, isn't it?
はい。
Yes?
そっちは佐々木英介の事件について何か分かったの？
Did you find any useful information about the Sasaki case?
警察の捜査状況が思わしくないんですか？
Why? Is the investigation not going well on your side?
捜査に関することは全て機密情報よ。
Sorry, it's confidential. I can't say anything more.
そりゃそうか。
I suppose.
虫がいいかもしれないけど、分かったことがあるなら教えてもらえないかしら。
So, I understand that it doesn't seem fair, but it might help you if you shared anything you found with me.
確かに警察に協力するのが僕たちの役割だ。
I suppose part of our job is helping the police.
う
Well...
ちの事務所のもう一人の探偵助手が佐々木英介の事件前の様子や人間関係を
Yeah, I mean, we got this whole sack full of eggplants. I mean, she liked him as a kid, right? Or maybe that's gonna be the thing, like the trigger. That's just like we give her the eggplant, and then she like it just moves her so emotionally that she's like, you know what? Maybe I will cooperate because they remind me so much of my brother. And then it just like, yeah, we just didn't know this whole time. Our dude's just been lugging around this whole like sack of eggplants, just carrying around in his pocket, like got it in hammer space. One of my colleagues is researching more about Eisuke's history and relationships right now.
で、僕はというとですね、
And as for my findings,
被害者が発見された前夜、現場近くにバイクが止まっていたようなんです。
I have an eyewitness who saw a motorcycle parked near this crime scene on the night of the murder.
バイク？
Really? A motorcycle?
警察は把握されているんでしょうか？
Are the police aware of the motorcycle?
いいえ、聞いてないわ。
No. First I'm hearing of it.
死亡推定時刻より1時間ほど後のことのようなので、事件に関係あるかどうかは。
The eyewitness account places it about an hour after the estimated time of death, so possibly irrelevant. Hmm.
それ、どこからの情報なの？
Where did you get this information?
タクシーの運転手さんが目撃したらしいんですけど。
I talked to a cab driver at the scene. He was the eyewitness. The cab you called for me. So, thanks for that.
運転手さんは立ちしょ。あ、いいえ。
He said that he had lots of riders stop to go...
夜、道端にバイクが止まってるのはよくあることだと言ってました。
He said that lots of riders park on the side of the road at night. For reasons.
わかったわ。ありがとう。
Got it. Thanks.
はい。お役に立てたのでしたら。
Of course. I hope it's helpful.
本部が把握してるか確認しておくわ。
I'll be sure to pass that info along.
本部が把握してるか確認しておくわ。
警察がバイクの情報を知らなかったと。あのタクシーの運転手さん、事情を聞かれるんだろうな。
I know that cab is just the cab is the linchpin to all of this. I didn't realize the police didn't know about the motorcycle. I bet they'll question the cabbie now. Well, the cabbie is the key to all of this. If we can just make him work. I thought we were just going to do that anyway. Ooh, I've got an idea. I could try thanking her for calling the cab for me. Hey, so... Yes?
この前、タクシーを手配してくださったのは久世刑事だったんですね。
You're the one who called the cab for me, aren't you? How would you know?
ありがとうございます。おかげですごく助かりました。
Well, I just want to say thanks. It was a big help.
ついでがあっただけよ。俺なんかいいから。
It was nothing. Don't thank me. She's being real soon about it.
他に情報はないのね。じゃあ、お互い仕事に戻りましょう。
It's not like I wanted to help your investigation, Baka. So that's it, huh? No other info? In that case, let's both get back to work. Right. Oh, Detective Kuze's mood seems to have changed. Okay. She looks kind of uneasy, almost like she's embarrassed about something. I know she's got a scary reputation, but I think Detective Kamihara is right. Deep down, she's a vulnerable, awkward person like the rest of us. Oh? And I just so happened to be here. You can't just kick me out now, can you? I guess you totally could, but I hope you don't. So come on, let's hear it. Ooh, Kamada coming through. Inspector Kamada gave me the special permission to see the results of the forensic analysis on the paper bag. So always the Kamada guys are always super cool. Love that. Always your bros. Except for Komada. He was kind of a dick by the end of that game, but he was cool at first. This is the actual bag that was found on Eisuke. It's even creepier to see in real life. Let's get started, shall we? Of course, I'll get straight to the results of the analysis. The bag in question is clearly old, but after running a detailed scan, we can confirm that the material is a perfect match with the paper bags found in the serial girl murders. So, like the same make of bag, or like the exact same fucking bags? What? But does that mean... Are we dealing with the same killer from 18 years ago? It seems likely that some of the same people would be involved.
おっしゃる通りだと思います。
I think you're right.
こりゃあの山をもう一度洗い直す必要があるな。
Well, it sounds like we need to officially reopen those cases.
実は一点補足がございます。今回の事件の被害者が被っていた紙袋は
Sir, before you continue, I have one additional finding to share. The paper bag found on Eisuke.
18年前の2件目と3件目の事件で使用された紙袋と同じものであると言って差し支えないと思われます。
We can confirm it's the same type as the ones found on the second and third victims 18 years ago.
ところが
However,
連続少女殺人事件の最初の犯行で使われた紙袋は他の紙袋とは成分などが一致しませんでした。
the paper bag found on the very first victim 18 years ago doesn't match any of the other bags. That's one more discrepancy between the first victim and all the other victims. Because the other two victims were crying, at least they were spotted crying, whereas the first victim was not. So it seems to me like the first one, like the first murder was what it was, and then every other murder after that was a copycat by someone who was in the know. That's what it's sounding like to me. A bit of a delayed reaction there. Oh.
科捜研ではそんなことまでわかるんですね。
How can you be so sure?
どの紙袋も似たような成分だろうと思われるかもしれませんが
Well, not all paper bags are made the same way, believe it or not.
配合割合はメーカーによって様々で一致することは稀なんです。
Each manufacturer uses a different formula. The variation can be quite substantial.
では鑑定結果の資料を署内に共有してくれるかの。
Thank you for the report. Are you ready to share the results with the whole department?
承知しました。
Yes, sir.
君、申し訳ないが少し待っててもらえるかの。これから捜査本部の者も交えた話し合いがあるんじゃよ。
As for you, I apologize, but I'll need you to wait here for a moment. We have an important meeting.
わかりました。
I understand. I'll just sit here and play Snake on my phone.
紙袋の鑑定結果が出たことで新たな事実が発覚した。
So it turned out that the forensic analysis of the paper bag revealed a new clue.
鎌田警部たちの話し合いが終わるまで少し時間がかかりそうだな。
And Inspector Kamada is meeting with his team to review the findings. It might take a while.
よし、僕の方でもさっき聞いた話をもとに推理を進めてみよう。
Why don't I review my notes and the new information I've learned?
早速始めよう。
Okay, let's get to it.
紙袋の鑑定結果が出たことで分かった今回の事件と18年前の事件のつながりは
Based on forensic evidence, the case from 18 years ago and the current case are very likely to be connected.
何らかのつながりがある可能性が高まった
The two cases are very likely to be connected.
今回使われた紙袋と18年前の事件で使われた紙袋は材質などの成分が一致したって話だ
Right, because the paper bags match, there's a good chance the cases are connected.
さらに鑑定結果から連続少女殺人事件の最初の事件だけ違う紙袋が使われていたと分かった
We also
この事実から言えることは
we also know that the paper bag in the first murder doesn't match the others. That means the first victim might have been killed by someone else.
最初の事件だけ犯人が違う可能性がある
The first victim might have been killed by someone else.
橋爪彩香を殺したのは彼女の父親でそれ以外の事件は模倣犯の犯行とか
Perhaps Ayaka Hashizuma's father killed her, and the other cases were copycat killings.
もちろん無数にある可能性の一つに過ぎない
Of course, that's just one of countless possibilities.
今推理を進められるとしてもここまでかな。
I think that's about all that I can deduce for now.
それにしても
Although I should say,
紙袋の鑑定結果が聞けて本当にラッキーだったな。鎌田警部に感謝しなきゃ。
it was really fortunate to hear the forensic report on the paper bag. I gotta thank Inspector Kamada.
紙袋の成分の配合割合がメーカーによって異なるというのも。
And it's fascinating that different paper bag manufacturers all make paper bags differently.
なんだかちょっと興味深い話だったな。
Who knew paper bags could be interesting?
鎌田警部や久世刑事、上原刑事はまだ戻ってきそうにないな。
Anyway, I don't think Kamada, Kuze, or Kamihara are likely to be back anytime soon. Can I speak to the pretty lady cop with the glasses?
部屋には僕しかいない。
I'm the only one here. Alone. Can I play Snake on my phone?
あ、そうだ。今回聞いた鑑定結果を先生に伝えておこう。
Oh, I should let Mr. Itsugi know about the forensic results.
君か。どうした？
Ah, it's you. What's up?
今警察署で鑑識の方から聞いたんですが、佐々木英介の頭にかぶせられていた紙袋は
We just got the report from forensics about the paper bag found on Eisuke's head.
連続少女殺人事件、その2件目と3件目の犯行で使われていたものと材質などの成分が一致したとのことです。
Apparently, it's a perfect match for the ones found on the second and third serial girl murder victims.
1件目とは一致しなかったのかい？
Oh? And what about the first case? Not a match there?
はい。1件目だけは別のようでした。
That's right. The bag from the first murder was different.
なるほど。そこに何か大きな意味があるような気がするな。
I see. This could be significant.
引き続き調査を続けてくれ。
Great work. Keep up the investigation.
わかりました。
Thank you. I will. All right, let's have ourselves a think.
まだ続いてるのかな。
Seems like they're still in discussion.
上原刑事や久世刑事から聞いた話から推理できるものってあったかな。
I think it's a good idea to continue reviewing what Kamihara and Kuze told me.
この時間を使って今日聞いた話を思い出してみよう。
I should take some time to organize my thoughts and findings from today.
上原刑事は久世刑事と2人の時、事件や仕事の話以外に
When Kamihara is alone with Kuze and they're not talking about an active case,
雑談することもあると言っていた。それは例えば
he said they sometimes have friendly chats. For example, they talk about the candy that they loved when they were little kids.
小さい頃好きだったお菓子の話だ。
They talk about candy that they loved when they were little kids.
小さい頃の話をしているのであれば、上原刑事が誠さんのことを何か知っていそうだ。
Since they've been known to talk about their childhoods, maybe they've talked about Makoto.
しかし、誠さんの話を聞こうとしたところ、はぐらかされてしまった。その結果分かったことは、
He seemed to brush me off when I asked about it, though. But what I did learn is Kamihara is licensed to drive cars, commercial vehicles, boats, and the answer is motorcycles, but I wonder just how much you could screw around with something like this. Just like type in like fucking like spaceships, unicycles, zeppelins.
上原刑事は自動車、大型車両、バイク、そして船舶の免許を持っているということだ。
Yeah, is he forklift certified? These are the questions we gotta know. So Kamihara is licensed to drive cars, commercial vehicles, boats, and motorcycles. Is he a big fan of Shenmue? Ah, that's right. Kamihara's licensed to drive motorcycles.
でも警察の人ってイメージ的にみんなバイク乗れそうではあるよな。
But aren't all police officers licensed to ride motorcycles? That was my impression.
久世刑事と話した内容から何か推理できることはあったかな。
I wonder if there's anything I can deduce from my conversation with Detective Kuze. Oh?
君、待たせて悪かったの。
Ah, me. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
いえ、方針は決まったんですね。
So, have you decided on a plan? Yeah, every time we see a guy on a motorcycle, we gotta tackle him and ask him if he did it. It's like, I know it was you, you bastard. He's like, hey man, I'm just delivering a pizza. So, have you decided on a plan?
いくつかの仮説に沿って捜査を進めることになったんじゃ。
Yes, we're going to proceed based on a new hypothesis.
さすがに君にはそれは話せん。協力を依頼しておいて申し訳ないのじゃが。
But unfortunately, I can't share it with you at this time. I apologize for the tough circumstances.
はい、当然だと思います。
It's okay, I understand.
今回の山は一筋縄ではいかないじゃろうな。本部の方針に沿うだけではちょっと心細いの。
This case is anything but straightforward, and it can be tough to accept guidance from HQ.
だからこそ君たちの協力が必要なんじゃよ。頼りにしとるんじゃぞ。
Anyway, that's a big part of why we need your help. We're counting on you.
ありがとうございます。頑張ります。
Yes, sir. I'll do my best.
さて、待たせといてすまんが、わしはまた捜査本部に戻らねばならん。
I need to get back to HQ now. Apologies again for keeping you waiting.
久世君が君を呼んだようじゃが、彼女も上原君ももう捜査に向かってしまっての。
Oh, and I know Kuze called you here, but she and Kamihara are already both back in the field.
そうなんですね。でも、お二人とは十分お話ができました。
I see. That's okay. It was very helpful to talk to the both of them.
では、僕もこれで。
I suppose I should get going.
気をつけて帰るんじゃぞ。またの。
Of course. Be careful out there, and see you soon. Did you forget to tell me something?
君に一つお願いしたいことがあるんじゃった。
Oh, sorry. There's one last thing. Oh, and one more thing. I mean, I'm not wrong in thinking this guy's really Columbo coded, right?
ある男のことを調べてもらえんか。
There's someone I'd like you to look into. A certain man.
ある男。
A certain man. Same day, 221, the Sunning region.
私はここ山陰地方に来ている。
Oh. Oh, we're playing as Atsugi now. I didn't know about this. Because I knew we play as Ayumi, but I didn't know we'd be playing as Atsugi. What the fuck? Okay.
今回の事件の鍵を握ると思われるある男のことを知るために。
There's someone here who may hold the key to this case.
しかし、なんでまたこんなことを調べていらっしゃるんですか？
Why are you digging into this ancient history, huh?
わかった。あなたあれでしょう。雑誌関係の方なんじゃないですか？
You some kind of reporter or something? Wait, you're that guy from the magazine, right?
いえいえ、ただの物好きですよ。
No, no, I'm just a curious person. Oh, so he's not even being straightforward about this.
そうなんですか？なんかこう、ジャーナリストだね。
You sure about that? You strike me as some kind of reporter or journalist.
暇な素人ですよ。
No, I assure you, I'm just an amateur with too much time on his hands.
ま いろいろとあるんでしょうな。これ以上詮索するのよしときます。
Fair enough. I'll stop prying. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm wondering just like, because they got to walk a pretty fine tightrope with this, because like, it's okay for the other two to kind of bumble around because, you know, they're essentially still kids. Like they're like 19, like they're amateurs, but like this guy's like a seasoned pro, like detective. So like, how are we going to do this? Like, is everything just going to be really obvious, or are they just going to be like really guideposty about it? Is like the thinking prompt going to be like, always tell us what exactly to do? Or are we also going to learn through his inner monologue that he's also kind of a dork?
ありがとうございました。これで失礼します。
It's no problem, but thanks for chatting. I'll be on my way now.
いい記事を書いてくださいね。なんちゃって。お気をつけて。
Hope you write a good article. Just kidding.
例の紙袋の鑑定結果が出たその翌日。
Wait, what? Was that it? What? Wait, what did we even accomplish? I'm assuming it'll build up to something later. Or maybe that guy is really like... Anyway. So, the day after the forensics report on the bag was completed...
警察は佐々木英介の事件の詳細を公表した。ただし、
The police released some details to the public about the murder of Eisuke Sasaki. However,
今回も描かれた顔には触れず、紙袋をかぶった状態で発見されたというにとどめた。
while they mentioned that he was found with a bag on his head, they didn't mention the smiley face. Okay.
いたずらに社会を刺激することを避けるためだったが、世の人々にとっては十分だったようだ。
I'm sure that detail was too lurid for the general public, but still. Also, good use of the word lurid.
これを機に世間では笑顔の紙袋をかぶった都市伝説の怪人、
It seems the urban legend of a smiling paper bag wearing murderer is roaring back to life. So yeah, so even then they put two and two together.
Emio が広く周知され、語られるようになっていった。
People are talking about Emio, the smiling man, at water coolers all around the city. 3 days later.
警察の公表から今日で3日か。街の様子にも影響が見え始めたような。
And it's still not the end of the chapter. It's been 3 days since the police released a statement. We're now seeing an impact in the city. Yo, they got green tea ice cream over there? I want some. Let's have a look at our surroundings.
市街地の大通りだ。もう少しで宇津木探偵事務所に着く。
I'm on a main street in the city center near the Utsugi Detective Agency.
濡れた風景だが、ここ数街の様子は変わってきたな。
It broke new ground! This is a familiar place, but the city as a whole feels different these past few days. Why don't we talk to that very nervous-looking woman over there?
特に気になるものはない。
Or not. Oh, great. Oh, God, there's paper bags all over these mascots.
とうとう薬局のマスコットも紙袋。
Even the pharmacy mascots are wearing paper bags. That seems kind of flippant and fucked up. Oh, there's a poster there for Oh, there's multiple advertisements for books about urban legends.
この数日で都市伝説関連の本が飛ぶように売れ始めたらしい。
Yep. I've heard that all the books about urban legends have been flying off the shelves lately. Yeah, they made public the bag, but not the smiley face, and yet the public still put 2 and 2 together, is what they just said. So, yeah, the police... Maybe they shouldn't have done that, because they probably like, it's fine if we just don't tell them about the smiley face, but everybody just kind of caught on. So that means now we're gonna have we run the risk of copycat killers, so yeah, that's your tax dollars at work, your tax yen at work. So is this guy also reading about urban legends?
特に気になるのはない。
Yeah, maybe. Nothing of particular concern here.
街の様子に変化を感じる。ルームってあっという間に広がるんだな。
A sensational story spreads like wildfire, doesn't it?
時折車が通り過ぎる音が聞こえてくる。
Occasionally I'll hear a car drive by. Okay. Let's look at some more stuff. What's in the gashapon machines?
数日で都市伝説関連の本が飛ぶように売れ始めたらしい。
Ah. Anything else we can investigate? What about the convenience store? Anything there?
コンビニはブーム前もブーム後も変わりなし。
Same old convenience store, regardless of the smiling man mania that's going on.
なんだか安心するな。
It's comforting in a way. You know what? Note to self, once I'm done with the stream tonight, I'm gonna have to make myself a meat bun in the microwave or something. Because that sounds real good right about now. Just thinking about the convenience stores. Maybe think about that. Oh. Someone's calling me.
あゆみちゃんからだ。
Oh, he sounds happy.
もしもし、あゆみちゃん、どうかしたの？
Hey, Yumi, what's wrong?
テレビで都市伝説のことが話されているの。エミオの話題も出てくるみたいよ。
There's a segment on a TV show I'm watching now about urban legends. I bet it's about the Smiling Man.
わかった。今事務所の近くなんだ。すぐに戻るよ。
Oh.
ありがとう。
Oh, well, I'm almost back to the office. I'll see you soon, okay?
気をつけてね。
Okay, be careful. Honestly, it's kind of weird that we didn't get to talk to that girl, that nervous-looking girl in the beret. It seemed like so, signposted to be, an important character to talk to. Whatever. Hey, Yumi, I'm back.
おかえりなさい。ほら、これ。
Oh, she's wearing her glasses. Welcome back. Check this out.
エミオというのは奇妙な袋をかぶっているんでしたね。
Urban legend researcher. Okay. He's the one who supposedly wears the strange paper bag, right?
それを自分が殺した子供にかぶせるのだと言われていますね。
The rumor going around is that he placed similar bags on the children he killed. Okay, I don't like this change of scenery. It's very foreboding.
今回番組では大沢さんが取材した情報をもとにその紙袋を再現しました。
We've put together a recreation of what those bags might have looked like for you.
では、ご覧ください。
Let's take a look, shall we?
不気味な紙袋ですね。小さいものもあるようですが。
Wow, it's really creepy. And some of them are so small. Oh dear. Actually, I wonder because there was an interview that Nintendo put out with some of the staff of this game like a couple days ago, and one of the parts they talked about was like all like how they came up with like the design for like the smiling man bags. And I'm gonna have to go back and check to see if any of those are like some of the designs they use for that, because like I think that'd be kind of funny. Just that's how they reuse the designs that were scrapped. Well, there's a rumor going around about a child version of the Smiling Man as well. And this guy's kind of wrinkly, so he's definitely. So our perp is definitely. Or okay, I don't know if he's the perp, but either way, the suspicious-looking individual is definitely on the older, wrinklier side. A child, my goodness.
エミコにあげた紙袋だ。
That's the paper bag that I gave to Emiko. Of course, the etymology of the Smiling Man is fascinating as well. Sometimes known as Emio. Huh. Yeah, there's an Emiko and now... Huh. So is he the guy that did it and he just calls his victims Emiko? Is the perpetrator actually a woman and this guy's just like an accomplice or an unrelated third party who just happened to have the paper, who just happened to design the paper bag or something? Like, what are we getting at?
本日は都市伝説研究家の大沢徹さんにお話を伺いました。先生、どうもありがとうございました。
That was Professor and urban legend researcher Toru Osawa. Thank you very much, Professor.
気味が悪いわ。
Ugh, that was creepy.
そうだね。
Yeah.
みんなが興味を示す気持ちはわかるんだけど、
But I understand why people are fascinated.
佐々木くんの事件とエミオの話が簡単に結びつけられちゃうし。
It must feel like the Smiling Man urban legend is coming back to life with Eisuke's murder. Hmm.
さっきの番組では佐々木くんの事件に触れてなかったような。
I don't think the TV program mentioned Eisuke's case specifically.
今のワイドショーで佐々木くんのことに触れてたっけ？
Did they mention Eisuke specifically on the talk show?
あなたが事務所に着く前に、幸福市の事件で被害に遭った少年という形で触れられたの。
Yeah, just before you got here, they said a young boy was killed in Kofuku City.
そうだったんだね。
I see.
佐々木くんのことを知っている人は、それを聞くだけでもピンとくるだろうし。
Yeah, so anyone who knew Eisuke would know they're talking about him.
確かにね。だったら目撃情報とか出てきてくれるといいんだけど。
Right. Well, in that case, maybe someone who knew him will come forward with some new info.
うん。
Yeah. Observations?
今回の事件がここまで世間を騒がせることになるなんて。
I just can't believe how much attention this case is getting.
エミオはすっかり有名人ね。
But I guess the Emio legend, the Smiling Man, is pretty famous.
本当だね。
True.
でも、
But
佐々木くんのことを思うと、ちょっとね。
when a real person is involved, like poor Eisuke Sasaki.
確かにそうだ。
Yeah, it's sad.
私ね、めぐみさんが心配なの。世の中がエミオで騒いでるのって。
I'm worried about Megumi with all this going on. Everyone's talking about the smiling man.
仲が良かった友達を亡くした彼女にとって耐えられないことなんじゃないかって。
And she's just devastated about losing a close friend.
友達を亡くしたこと。
Yeah, losing a friend. What a nightmare.
そうか。あゆみちゃん、陽子さんのことを思い出しちゃったんだな。
Oh, we're doing the callbacks finally.
めぐみさんと自分が重なったんだろうな。
I started talking about how Megumi must feel.
テレビを見てナーバスになっちゃったんだ。
It seems like she must have thought about it. Maybe we shouldn't have watched that show.
理由は口にしたくないだろうな。
She probably doesn't want to talk about it.
あゆみちゃんを元気にしてあげたい。
I want to cheer Yumi up somehow. Well, the last time we tried to cheer Yumi up, we tried to do kung fu with our fly down. So, time to unzip those pants.
理由は口にしたくない。
Okay, so how do we cheer her up then?
あゆみちゃんを。 いつものあゆみちゃんに戻ってほしい。
I was gonna compliment her on her glasses.
あゆみちゃん。
Hey, Ayumi.
今はまだわからないことだらけだけど。
I know we're still missing a lot of pieces.
ともかく僕たちは僕たちにしかできないことをしよ
う。But let's put our heads together and see what we can figure out.
佐々木くんとめぐみさんのために。
You know, for Eisuke and for Megumi. Ah.
その通りよね。頑張りましょう。
Yeah, you're right. Let's do our best. For them.
あゆみちゃん、今回の事件のここまでについて分かったことを改めておさらいしたいんだ。
Great. So, let's review what we learned so far.
手伝ってくれるかな？
Can you help me?
もちろんよ。
Yes, of course. You just call her on her phone and just be like, just turning it back around like, oh, sorry, I had to make an important phone call. And then she just gets a phone call right then. She doesn't even suspect a thing. Before we start,
ありがとう。
I want to say thank you.
ありがとうって何のことかな。さて、推理しなきゃ。
Thank me for what? We haven't even started our review yet. Give me a chance to be brilliant, okay?
まず、今回の事件の被害者、佐々木英介君の死因は
First, the cause of death in the Eisuke Sasaki case was strangulation with a cord-like object as opposed to the bare hands of everyone else.
紐状のもので首を絞められたことによる窒息死だ。
Asphyxiation from being strangled with a cord-like object.
そうね。
Right. Do we really need to type this one out? I mean, I know they're doing the knowledge check, but it was a little unnecessary. Eisuke was found with a blank that had a smiley face drawn on it covering his head. Right.
さらに、佐々木くんの事件に非常に似た都市伝説が存在するのだという。
Additionally, there's an urban legend that strangely mirrors this case.
その都市伝説は
That urban legend is known as the Smiling Man.
エミオという
It's usually called Emio the Smiling Man.
佐々木くんの事件に非常に似ているのは
Like,
都市伝説だけではない
like some kind of suicide squad. Of course, the urban legend isn't the only strange similarity to this case.
18年前にも実は同様の事件があったんだその事件とは
There were a number of similar cases 18 years ago. Those were known as... Is that the keyword? Okay, so... it should probably be here. The serial girl murders.
連続少女殺人事件だ
That's right, the serial girl murders.
連続少女殺人事件では3人の少女が犠牲になったその3人の少女とは
In the serial girl murders, there were 3 female victims. They were... Ayaka Hashizume, is there something else they want us to do? Oh, okay, it's highlighting them one at a time. Okay, okay. Probably should have had a bit more like feedback about that. The third victim.
橋爪彩香高木幸子井上美香いずれも10代の少女だった
Ayaka Hashizume, Sachiko Takagi, and Mika Inoue. All teenage girls.
連続少女殺人事件では3人の少女が殺害されたほか2人の人物が失踪している
Around the time of the serial girl murders, there were also 2 significant missing persons.
その失踪した人物は
The missing persons were... where's the old man? Manabu Hashizume. And the missing man.
だったっけな
Right? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, did I...
行方不明の男と
Oh,
久世刑事の
okay, yeah, that was...
誠さんでしょ
Because they were asking about specific missing person specifically. I was still thinking about, like, the people involved with the first case. Shit. I'm not gonna have maximum affinity points with Yumi at the end of the game.
そうそうそう言おうとしてたんだよ
That's what I meant to say. Oh god, don't look at me like that. No.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
ところで佐々木くんについては誰かから恨みを買うような子ではなかったようだ
Regarding the victim, Eisuke Sasaki, he didn't seem to have any enemies that wished to do him harm.
しかしある問題を抱えていたというその問題というのは
But he did have a problem, and that problem was his grades. Getting into a good high school.
進学のことだ
Getting into a good high school.
そうね成績が落ちてきてたのよね
Well, yeah, yes, he did, technically. He's not around anymore. We can at least say that much. That's right, his grades were slipping.
そしてとうとう先日佐々木くんにかぶせられていた紙袋の成分が判明した
Last but not least, we got the forensic report about the paper bag found on Eisuke's head.
その紙袋は
And that paper bag was matched to the second and third bags.
18年前の事件のうち2件目と3件目と同じ成分だった
The bag matched the second and third bags found in the murders 18 years ago.
そして18年前に起きた連続少女殺人事件の3つの事件のうち最初の犯行に使われた紙袋にはある特徴があったそれは
There was something notable about the first paper bag found 18 years ago. It was different.
他の事件に使われた紙袋とは別物だった
It was different from the paper bags found on the other victims.
最初だけ別の紙袋だったのよね。そして後の2件と今回の事件の紙袋は同じ種類だった。
That's right. The first paper bag was different, and the second and third bags matched each other.
それで今回の事件と18年前の事件のつながりなんだけど、紙袋の鑑定結果を聞いたとき、僕はこう思ったんだ。
Putting all the information together, here are my thoughts after hearing the forensics report on the bag.
佐々木くんの事件と18年前の事件で使われた紙袋の成分が一致した以上、
Since the bag found on Ace Game matched the second and third bags found 18 years ago,
この2つの事件は何らかの形でつながっていると考えるべきだって。
we should assume that those cases must be connected.
うん、そう考えるのが自然だと思うわよ。
Yeah, I think you're right.
そして連続少女殺人事件の最初の事件だけ違う種類の紙袋が使われていたことの僕の仮説は、
Here's my theory about why the first paper bag doesn't match the others in the serial girl murders.
最初の事件の犯人だけが別人なんじゃないかってことなんだよ。
The killer in the first case had to be someone else.
あくまでも仮説だけど十分考えられることよね。
That's possible. Interesting theory.
いつも通りのあなたとまではいかないけど調子はまずまずみたいね。
Seems like you were a little rusty today, but you shook it off. God, I hope there's not a fucking, like, tally at the end. I'm gonna feel real bad about missing that one. Ugh, whatever. It's not so much, because it's not so much like the brand, rather than it's like, I guess, like, I mean, like, it's like the make of the bag, but it's like, because all the other ones, like, because it was the same for the second and third, which by itself wouldn't imply a pattern, but for that to be a third one in a row, I think that's when it does become a pattern. And then the first one not being the same make of bag stands out more, is the thing. So that's why it didn't become pertinent information until just now. Like, when they reviewed the case 18 years ago, the second and third one having the same type of bag, it's like, whatever, whoopty shit. But then this time around, not only is the bag old as hell, it's the same make of bag too. Because this is something that they established earlier in the game, not so much that when they did the forensics report, but it is a really old ass bag. So it being old as hell and also being the same make is when you can start drawing significant connections.
明日はもっと頑張ろう。
Thanks, yeah. I'll try harder tomorrow.
で、今後の調査についてだけど、
So, let's talk about where we go from here.
僕は18年前の事件で謎を残したまま消えた男について調べることになったんだ。
I'd like to do some more investigation into the case of the missing man from 18 years ago.
1件目の事件の時、大怪我をしたまま行方不明になっている男のこと？
You mean the one who is seemingly badly injured? He's still missing, right?
その通り。鎌田警部から頼まれたんだよ。
That's right. Inspector Kamada asked me to look into him.
簡単に情報が得られるとは思えないけど、鎌さんに頼られてるからね。
Frankly, I'm not even sure where to begin, but I know Kama's counting on me.
先生の真似なんかしちゃっておかしな人。
You get to use a nickname for him now? Are you close friends with him like Mr. Itsuki is? Haha.
と言っても、まだ名前すら教えてもらってないんだけどね。
In all seriousness, it's a tough assignment. I don't even know the man's name yet.
そうなの？
Really?
この間はバタバタしてたから、詳しくはまた後日ってことになったんだけど。
Yeah, Inspector Kamada seemed busy at the time. He asked me to come back later for more details.
ど どうしたの？
Yeah.
実は
Well.
え、鎌田警部？今はいらっしゃらないのよ。いろいろと大変みたい。
It's Glasses Lady Cop again. Who, at this point, they really ought to give a name if she's going to be a recurring character in multiple games. I'm sorry, but Inspector Kamada isn't in right now. He's having a hard time at the moment.
え、今日もいらっしゃらないんですか？
Oh, he's still out? For the whole day?
わざわざ来てくれたのに。ごめんなさいね。
Yes, I'm sorry you came all this way. I'm sorry Kamihara had to drive you for half an hour in circles to bring you back here again.
紙袋の鑑定結果を聞いた翌日から鎌田警部と会えてないんだ。
Yeah, it is weird. They haven't even said, like, a name. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the holdup is. I can't even think of what it could be, but I guess we'll find out. I haven't actually been able to catch Inspector Kamada in person since the day we got the paper bag results.
詳細を聞こうと思って何度も警察署に足は運んでみてるんだけど。
I've been down to the station several times.
あら、ご不在なの？
And he wasn't there?
姿も見えないし、署の人に聞いてもはぐらかされるんだよね。
No, I haven't seen him. And when I ask around at the station, everyone kind of shrugs.
そうなの。なんだか心配ね。
Huh. That's concerning. Yeah, I'll say, that seems a little fishy. Like, did he just get, like... Did he get fired? Did he get too close to the truth?
捜査でお忙しいのかもしれないわよ。
Maybe he's just super busy with the investigation.
そうだよね。気にはなるけど、会えないんじゃしょうがないし。
Yeah, I guess I'm getting a bit antsy. I can't help him if I can't see him.
今日はゆっくり資料の整理でもするよ。
Anyway, I'll give him a little space for now and use this time to get my files in order.
コーヒーでも入れようか。あゆみちゃんも飲むよね。
Oh, I should make some coffee while I'm at it. You want some? How would you like it?
あのね、実は私、これから出かけるの。
Rejection again. Yeah, basically, like, yeah, all this is just like a series of just our guy getting rejected by Ayumi. Ouch. And like, you should have offered the milk teas again. It's been like a week. Well, I guess it's only been like 4 days, but still. You bought those milk teas. I'm sure you put them in the fridge. Oh, could you be going to?
驚かないで聞いてほしいんだけど。
It's not like it's a big secret. I was about to tell you before you started acting weird. Okay, that's not really what she said there, but sure, I guess.
何？もう驚いちゃってるよ僕。
Ah, this is what's killing me.
森本めぐみさんの家にお話を聞きに行けることになったの。
I'm going to Megumi Morimoto's house for a chat. And that's what I was suggesting the whole time. Just go straight to the source. Oh, wait, what?
少しでもめぐみさんの力になれればけどね。
If nothing else, maybe my presence can offer her a little comfort.
なんだ。よかった。
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah.
あ、ほら、めぐみさん元気になったんだなって。
This guy's as smooth as sandpaper. I'm just relieved that Megumi's feeling well enough to talk to you.
それはまだ無理みたいよ。だからお母さんが話してくれるってことなの。
Well, I'm actually going to talk to her mom first. I don't think Megumi is ready to talk yet.
そうなんだ。体調不良、ずいぶん長引いてるんだね。
That makes sense. It seems like she's been struggling for a long time.
もちろん、めぐみさんの様子も聞いてみるつもり。じゃあ、行ってくるね。
I mean, I'll definitely try to check in on her as well. Anyway, I'm off.
気をつけてね。
Good luck, and be careful. Chapter 6, Existence. Let's see. Yeah, they're in the Keimada club. It's the other detective club. We all know how much Kumada wanted to be a detective. But let's see, I could stop now and make this a clean break. Because it is getting a little late. I've already been at this for like 4 hours. Might not be such a bad idea, actually. I think I'm gonna call it here for tonight. Once it lets me save the game again. Megumi Morimoto, a good friend of Eisuke, has been absent from school since his death. She was at home when the other students learned about what had happened. That's everything Fukuyama knew. I'm here to see if I can find out more. I'd love to talk to Megumi herself, but that's likely going to prove difficult. Because I think, yeah, two chapters in one session's pretty good. A pretty good pace, but... Yes? Hi, I'm Ayumi Tachibana. I called the other day. Oh, Miss Tachibana, of course. Hello. I was surprised to hear from a private detective. Is now a good time? I don't want to inconvenience you. It's no problem at all. I just hope I can be of some help to you. Thank you so much. Your help is appreciated. Okay, so let's just save here. Yeah, a good 2 chapters. I think that's pretty good. I'll probably pick this back up tomorrow, I think. I don't foresee there being any interruption. Yeah, we'll shoot for tomorrow, and if not, we'll play it by ear. All right. On that note, let's see if I can send y'all somewhere, raid somebody. Let's send you over to, yeah, I think the last Seahorse is pretty good. Cool. There's that button and we'll be on our way. All right, yeah, so we'll pick this back up tomorrow most likely, and otherwise, yeah, I'll post about what my plans are on Twitter and, if I remember, Blue Sky. So yeah, yeah, we'll talk later. Bye.